Hey, in the immortal words of Judy Brown, happiness is a choice. We're happy you spent some time with us on a Overreaction Tuesday following Memorial Day. Hope everyone had a great Memorial Day weekend. And again, thank you to all the men and women in uniform who serve and protect this great nation. Zay, I am coming to you from hot and humid Destin, Florida, where the SEC meetings are underway. Steve Sarkisian, Sean Miller had a chance to catch up with both of those fine gentlemen. I actually talked to Vic Schaefer a little bit last night, although he'll be available to the media tomorrow. How are you doing, my man?
I'm great, man. Nice little day off yesterday, coming back on the Tuesday. How you doing?
Doing good.
How you been? You're sweating there a little bit.
A little. I had to walk back from the hotel, the Sandestin Resort, where the SEC is staying. I can't afford to stay there. You know what I'm saying?
I feel you.
But it, they come to these meetings and they got to get stuff figured out. And there's a lot going on in college athletics, as we know. And it was interesting today because the football coaches were beating the drum saying, forget whether we play 8 or 9 conference games, forget whether we play an SEC championship, forget the House settlement. The most important thing is getting this transfer portal window figured out.
Come on, man.
I mean,
come on, guys.
And, everything seems so complicated because here's the deal. It would just make sense, right? The football coaches are like, yeah, let's have the transfer portal window one time a year, every January after the football season. Because that's when kids are looking to make their move anyway. But administrators are like, well, our fiscal year runs from July 1st to June 30th. And we're going to have revenue sharing, and we need to know what our budget is going to be right close to July. So how about we have it in May or June? And football coaches are like, no. We need our guys. Everyone wants to move on. Even Mike Elko had one of the more salient points today. He said, in every professional league, free agency happens after the season and before the new season. So why wouldn't we do that? And Kirby Smart and Steve Sarkisian kind of beating the drum for January, although Brent Venables said today, February.
Man.
Spring football.
Why? Why February, Brent?
Right. Because then the kids that's not good for the student athletes.
Brent don't gotta say this is for coaches who don't have to worry about their job being on the line. You know what I'm saying? If Brent wanted to speak up, I'd be like, yo, Brent, you need to worry about just staying in Norman, bro. Because that seat is getting a little warm there. That seat, I know you feeling it. John Mateer better be the man, or else things could get real dark for Brent Venables. He's worried about the wrong things right now. But yeah, I felt 2 ways about this, man. Because Steve Sarkisian, I get it. One transfer portal moment or, time of the year instead of 2. You want to develop your guys, so I get January. But also, when you're Texas and Georgia, Kirby Smart, he's one of the ones that had something to say about this also. You're one of the best programs in the nation. You're going to get the top players regardless. Now, I know Steve Sarkisian always talks about, well, we got guys on the team that feel obligated to put themselves in the portal because they don't want to get, overlooked or not looked at all, i.e. Malik Murphy's situation. And I do get that, but also you decide if they stay or not. You decide if they do stay, if they deserve to play or not, even though they'll be at a different destination the next year. So it's just, for some of these other schools, it's kind of like the lottery in the NBA. Like, it'd be weird if the Boston Celtics and the Lakers got the number 1, number 2 picks every single season. Like, you have an advantage already, which you made that by being a good program and help building the culture, Steve Sarkisian. But let's not act like life's just horrible and you're struggling here. You're going to get dudes. And you should have a team, which you have all these guys on your staff that are recruiting year round. Oh, after you beat a team, after you beat Mississippi State, and there's somebody that showed out on Mississippi State, we all know, hey, man, good game. You bring them in close. Just letting you know, if you're thinking, my phone's always on. Just a thought. Good game, though, young man. Have a good rest of the season. We know that's going on. So it's, it's rich. I feel Steve Sarkisian. Get every advantage you can, Sark. That's why they call him Shark too. Greedy. I like that. Every advantage you could possibly have to keep this thing rolling because you want to get Texas to the mountaintop. I love it. But it is rich because I don't think it matters for schools like Texas or Georgia. I just don't. Like, yeah, you're in the college football playoff. That's awesome. Other players see that. You're doing recruiting without even having to show up at mom's and pop's house because they're watching it on TV. That's the recruiting. Damn, them white helmets look fly. Look at them stormtrooper uniforms. Ooh.
So what are you saying?
I'm saying that Steve Sarkisian and Kirby Smart need to take a step back. They're bitching from a yacht here. That's what I'm saying.
Well, of course they are. But they've built that yacht. They built their program the right way. Look at Brent Venables is going into year 4. When Steve Sarkisian, who went 5-7 in year 1, was going into year 4, he was coming off a college football playoff berth. And Brent Venables had a losing season. Then he had a 10-win season. Then he had a losing season. And Brent Venables, like you said, he don't have a say because he ain't playing for nothing yet. Now, John Mateer, he might help change some of that, but that's yet to be seen. But it is interesting, to come here to Destin to read the body language of these coaches, because you can tell when they feel good about their team and when they are struggling for some answers on some things.
You're all about body language too. When it comes to body language, this is your expertise. So, all right, who was chest out? Who was walking with that swag like Debo from Friday? On some, we're 11-1 on the bad year. Like, who has that swag, and then who has the old dopey, doesn't look all buttoned up, sweating like you? Who has that look?
Just throw me under the bus, Okay, so I thought this was interesting. Mike Elko was asked about his team's fade down the stretch of the season. They lost to South Carolina. They lost to Texas. He said, it was a lot of things. One, we were in a situation we haven't been in before. We played back-to-back night games on the road in the SEC. as the team that was being hunted. Because remember, A&M was playing Texas for a berth in the SEC championship game. That game had a lot of stakes on it. And he said, I don't know that we handled that well. He said, when trying to build a program from where we were, i.e., in the pooper, to where we want to be, you want it to go smooth. You want it to go easy. It doesn't always work like that. It doesn't mean things aren't going in the right direction. It just means you have to make adjustments. I thought it was honest, candid about not handling the role of being the hunted. They got a young quarterback in Marcel Reed. Although Reed played pretty well early in the Texas game, and then Texas defense just ended up dominating. They gave up yards, but not points, the Texas defense early, and then they didn't give up much anything. But you can tell Sarkisian feels good. He's got that. He's got that body language. He said, we're not a young team. We have a lot of guys who've been in our system who are now going to get the chance to show what they can do. He said, we're not young. We're just inexperienced in some spots. But he sounded like he is good. He said a position that is better off than maybe he thought going into the spring is linebacker. Feels good about Brad Spence. Brad Spence is bringing some stuff to the table. Trey Moore also now working some weak side linebacker. He said that Leonga Lafau had a great spring. And of course, Anthony Hill is Anthony Hill. Anthony Hill could be the best linebacker in the country. He was last year and didn't even get named a finalist for the Butkus. Yeah, better numbers than old Michael Williams.
Yeah, it was Michael Williams, Jalen Walker. Which one was it?
How about Jalen? Or no, Michael Williams and Jalen Walker were both, but Michael Williams won it.
Okay.
They're both gone now. And the Wilson kid, Damon Wilson, who also wreaked havoc on Texas, he transferred to Missouri.
Oh boy. Oh boy. Yeah. He wants to be a good driver. He drives the speed limit. You know what I'm saying? Everybody else going 30 over. He wants to be, I can't be around this. Y'all are bad influences on my life. It's more than just football. You know what I'm clearly. You go from Georgia to Missouri, it's more than just football for that young man. And I wish him the best. But yeah, he definitely caused havoc in that game against Texas, the first go around.
Yeah. So, Kirby always has that swag. So, yeah. Interesting times though for Georgia. I mean, they lost some dudes up front. Nazir Stackhouse. They lost their defensive line. Now, let's see how well they've recruited. Obviously, Kirby, no one recruits defense like Kirby. So he's got dudes waiting in the wings. But got to see it. Just like Texas, all these offensive linemen, got to see it. Arch Manning, got to see it. Ryan Wingo, as a go-to guy, got to see it. So, yeah, some good stuff. And obviously, I don't want to – we'll come back to the SEC meetings, and we'll talk to Chris Hummer at 2:45. Hank South is going to join us later in the week. He's got stuff going on today. But how about Texas baseball. And I don't know quite how I feel about, I don't know if I care, but they get the number 2 overall seed. They win the SEC regular season championship. They get the number 2 overall seed. Vanderbilt, which started the year 11-10, but won the SEC tournament, wins the number 1 overall seed in college baseball. And then Arkansas and Auburn. So SEC teams got the top 4 seeds in the NCAA college baseball championships. Not bad, Zay.
No, not bad at all. I mean, it was easily the best conference in the nation. Every weekend was a battle. When you have the preseason number 1 overall team not even make the tournament, that says how tough this conference was. And I'll give A&M a little grace, even though it's still unacceptable. The SEC's tough. Somebody had to go down. There was going to be somebody in this conference that didn't live up to what they were supposed to, and A&M, they beat that by a long shot. But yeah, Texas, I think they got a decent draw. UTSA scares the hell out of me. That's because they've already beat you. So that's one of those games where you're like, you feel like UTSA fans, I know there's not going to be many, but that little few, that's an easy drive up here to the ATX from San Antonio. So they're going to have some fans there. It's not just going to be completely burnt oranged out. But yeah, man, like the lack of momentum with this Texas team coming into this tournament, you also fear for that a little bit. Just the pitching's up and down. There's some guys that you feel good about. There's some guys that are just like, Ruger Riojas. You don't feel good about Ruger right now at all. And you know it's in him. Good baseball's in him. Maybe he needs just a longer break. And he got that playing last week. And what would it be, like a week and a day since the game against Tennessee to Friday's game, 1 o'clock against Houston Christian. So that's a long time. I don't know who's going to start in that game or how the rotation's going to go, but we all know winning that first game is very important. It sets the tone for the rest of the weekend. And you don't want to go down early where the next one you're done. So, this team get 4-7 in the last 11. You don't like that. You just hope they could find that swagger back that we saw against the Aggies, that we saw against Auburn and Georgia and all these really tough SEC teams that they defeated. And if they find that, then, hey, we could see a heck of a run. But if they continue to play like they have these last 11 games, you can see an early exit for these Horns, which that will be very disappointing.
Yeah. Listen, this is where Schloss is the man. His teams have done well in the College World Series. And I think he quoted Augie Garrido from 2015 when TCU had a great regular season and then got wiped out of the Big 12 tournament. And Augie told him, this is the best thing that happened to you. And then they ended up making a deep run in Omaha because guys can just catch their breath. He can kind of get them the way he wants them for the regional. I'm very intrigued to see how he's going to handle his pitching against Houston Christian. That could be an Ethan Walker game. But you're back on to a Friday, Saturday, Sunday. So do you pitch Ruger on Friday or do you pitch Ethan Walker? I think you save Ruger. And obviously you want Luke Harrison on Saturday because that's, if you're in the winner's bracket, which you should be after playing Houston Christian, you you want Luke Harrison on the mound. So what do you think?
I like it. Like, what are we saving Ruger for? Like,
In case you lose Saturday
okay,
and you gotta play 2 games on Sunday.
okay. Because I mean, Luke Harrison's the only starter that I feel decent about. I didn't say good there. I feel decent about Luke Harrison because that's just a lot of change for him too. But as far as starters go, like even Ethan Walker, he was good, but that's all we saw of him. We haven't seen him get much bump out there. Not many reps.
Yeah, but he did it at the SEC tournament. Now he's at home.
Yeah.
And he did it against Tennessee. He gave up 1 hit in 4 innings.
Well, that was impressive.
Yeah.
So you get Houston Christian. Anyone scares me this time of the year, but I feel the best about Houston Christian. That next game between Roadrunners and the Wildcats, that's going to be tough. Whoever wins that one, that's going to be a tough one. And I just hope this team can find that mojo that they had earlier in the year. It's there. That's what's beautiful about it. Like, it's there. You know that they have championship baseball in them. Again, they won the conference. Like, say what you want about their schedule. Say what you want about all the tough teams that they played being at the dish. They still won the conference. This conference that put 13 squads in this tournament. That's hosting, 8 regionals? How many regionals are these SEC teams hosting? A lot. So it's in them. It just hasn't been lately. And again, all you've played is this tough-ass conference. So it just sucks that during the time that it means the most, that you're struggling. But I'm still very hopeful that they find that swag back, baby. You know what I'm saying? Like, get Will Gasparino back in it. Will Gasparino gets going. Hey, Longhorn fans, see how much them tickets cost to Omaha. It might be time to start, making some things happen there. Will Gasparino gets going, look out. If Baloo gets going, look out. Like, even though he went crazy on that game-winning home run, game 1 against the Sooners, he's been kind of, still trying to work them kinks out a little bit. If he gets going.
Well, the team we're not talking about is K-State. And Texas has had some weird games against K-State. Now, some of them date back a long time ago, but K-State, as Naaman points out, K-State did beat Arkansas this year. So there's a reason they're in it. Although UTSA is the number 2 seed in the regional. K-State, the number 3 seed, Houston Christian, the number 4 seed. So yeah, that K-State UTSA game, this is gonna be a challenge.
Yeah, going back to that first UTSA game this season where Roadrunners came out victorious on that Tuesday night. Like, that went, extra innings? So they ain't scared. Like, they feel like they can come in the dish and do it again. They familiar with the dish, with the field, their outfielders. They know where
this was the game where Cade Bing threw 5 perfect innings of relief. Drew Rarick, the freshman, got the start. He was nervous. He didn't even get a single out in the first inning. Gave up 2 runs, 2 walks, no strikeouts. It was a mess. He had a wild pitch, a hit batsman. So Cade Bing comes in, 5 perfect innings of relief. And then freshman Bryce Navarre comes in, gets shelled. Thomas Burns came in, got shelled. And then Cody Howard came in. He was good. 2 scoreless innings of relief. And then Ruger ends up giving up the game-winning home run to his former catcher, because Ruger played for UTSA last year. So how many of those guys are going to, play a key role in this game? Probably not Drew Rarick. Probably, who knows? Maybe Cade Bing. He has good vibes from pitching against UTSA. But Bryce Navarre, no. Now, Thomas Burns is pitching well. And Cody Howard has been good when he's come in. So I don't look at that game as a true, reflection of Texas. It was a Tuesday night game. Schloss was trying to get a bunch of pitchers in, see how they were progressing. But Roadrunners won. And it's part of the reason they're the number 2 seed in the region. They beat Texas. So we got to talk about softball, though, because Texas softball, first of all, Mike White, what is it with the first games of a super regional? He's lost 7 in a row. Now, fortunately for him, he's 6-1 in game 2. And the last 2 years, he's won game 3 by 1 run against the Aggies and against Clemson. So they go, I don't know what the deal is with the seeding of the softball, because in the 2 different brackets at the Women's College World Series, in Texas's bracket, you've got number 3 Florida, who Texas plays, number 2 Oklahoma, and number 7 Tennessee. Texas lost to Oklahoma and Tennessee. They lost to Oklahoma on the road. They lost to Tennessee at home. Lost 2 of 3. In the other bracket, you got 12th seeded Texas Tech playing unseeded Ole Miss, who upset Arkansas. You got 16th seeded Oregon taking on 9th seeded UCLA. In Texas's bracket, there's no one seeded, higher than 7. In the other bracket, you got all the teams are seeded, they're however you want to say it, higher. I mean, 12 seed, 16 seed, 9 seed, unseeded Ole Miss. They all get to play to go to the championship series. Can we not reseed?
Yeah, I don't understand the format here, but hey, this is just how it goes, I guess. You can't really complain about it. It is what it is. Put your head down. You're going to Oklahoma City where anything can happen. And yeah, I don't know if Mike White just looks at game 1 as a feel out game. You know what I'm saying? LeBron.
In the super regionals?
Yeah, super regionals. Game 1, playoffs. LeBron always just feel out game. They would lose, then LeBron ended up winning the series with whatever team he was on. Like, that's what seems like Mike White's doing. Like, they don't panic. You go in the extra innings, game 2, and still no panic. Like, that's one of the more impressive showings that you're going to see.
And the pitching was good, you know. I mean, obviously they lost game 1, but they settled down. And then you got good pitching out of Tegan Cavan in game 2. She had much better energy than she did in game 1. And then in game 3, you had Mac Morgan pitching well. And Mac Morgan is the one who got shelled by A&M in the SEC tournament. So hopefully Texas, and you had Mia Scott making plays and Caden Henry and Reese Atwood. Leanne Good was outstanding in game 3. Seems like they finally figured out what they're doing at shortstop. Like,
finally.
Finally, because you could tell Katie Stewart was not comfortable there. They moved her back to left field. She's great. And Leanne Good, go get it.
She's a softball player. Leanne Good's been terrific. Like she goes yard in game 2. She has a big hit game 3 to kind of set the tone of the game. Like she's been really good. And that's kind of who we talked about before the season when that injury happened with Viviana Martinez.
Yeah, Viviana Martinez, man, did they miss her?
Yeah, like we said, who's going to step in for that? Leanne Good's been that girl. She's been amazing, especially as of late. So, yeah, they played Salmon in game 2, which was surprising. And she got touched up a little bit, but overall,
she was good. She was good for a minute.
Yeah, she held her own. So it was random. I didn't expect to see her at all, especially in that position, game 2. But again, Mike White, he clearly knows something that we don't, and his team's going to Oklahoma City once again. And even though they got a tough draw with Florida in that first game, they did beat Florida in that series in Gainesville the first time around. So hopefully you can take that swagger on and advance in this tournament that Patty Gasso has on lock.
Texas beat Florida, but Florida did not have their ace, Keegan Rothrock.
Oh, for real?
He was out for a month at the start of SEC play. And now they have Keegan Rothrock, and she is dealing. So this is a different Florida team than what Texas faced at the beginning of SEC play, which is fine. I mean, this is big girl. Put your big girl pants on and let's go get after it in Oklahoma City. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, man.
But if you beat Florida, you probably go and get the 4-time defending national champs in their backyard. And we know it's against all odds between Mike White and Patty Gasso. She was supposed to have, Jordy Ball left and went to Nebraska. And they barely got beat by Tennessee, but they got beat. The Fighting Jordy Balls at Nebraska. So what does Patty Gasso do? She just reloads in the portal. And here she is again. Because that team she had last year was full of seniors who, all they'd ever done is win national championships. They won 4 in a row. But then they all graduated. It was like, okay, here's the window. Here's the window. And Texas was number 1 a couple different times. And so we'll see. We'll see. It's going to be interesting.
That 30 for 30 in 20 years about Oklahoma softball juicing the whole time during the run is going to be terrific. I can't wait.
What is wrong with you?
It'll be a special day for me. It's going to take a while. I can wait 20 years.
That's terrible.
For that. Is it terrible?
What? You got any proof? Or are you just throwing crap against the wall?
Yeah. Yes. This is Penny coming out. Like, I have no shame in saying that. Yes, absolutely. Damn Patty Gasso. CB, I can't stand her, man. Just retire. What do you got to play for? Like, you got to be getting bored. Does she fish? Does she do anything? It's all softball. That's it. Like, where's she getting these girls from? Like, how are they all just this talented? Why do they all want to go to Norman? This is crazy. What does she have against Mike White that we don't know? Like, it feels like it's something.
Feels like she's living rent-free.
Yeah. Yes.
So,
yeah, she is.
Here's the time to change all that narrative.
Yeah, she's like the Knicks.
All right, we got to also mention I'm pissed about this. Texas men's golf lost today in the match play quarterfinals of the NCAA championships. And this was brutal because it came down to this match where my man Christian Maas, he was up. He was 1 up. He was 2 up through 10. He was 1 up through 11. Then they were tied for 5 straight holes. Yeah, so my man from Florida, Ian Gilligan, he tied the match up on hole number 12. Then they tied 4 straight holes, and then Ian Gilligan won number 17, and he won the match, 1-up. And Texas lost.
Yeah, it's hard.
They had a chance to. They had a chance to win it all. They were the number 4 team going in, but they will finish 7th or 8th in the NCAA championship. Okay,
Does
now we can move on.
Does that hit hard because you smoked that putt a week ago or so?
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you, Zay, for bringing that back up. I just finally moved past it.
No, man, that should be motivation. That should be motivation for you. That's what I'm doing. Like, reverse psychology there.
Eye of the tiger.
Eye of the tiger.
That hunger.
Yeah, I gotta keep that fire in you. You know what I'm saying?
I like it.
Every once in a while, I gotta remind you of that heartbreak. You never want to feel that again.
For those of you just tuning in, you don't know what we're talking about. I was in a 2-man match play that went to extra holes, and I missed an 8-foot putt that I thought was going in. It would have won the match. We lost on the next hole.
He thinks about it every day, y'all.
Now I'm like, I'm hoping my partner doesn't quit on me.
Oh, wow.
No, I'm just kidding.
I
don't think he'd do that. But I probably need to say, hey, we'll get him next year, right?
Yeah. Some wine and cheese or something.
Yeah, take him to dinner.
Yeah, take him to dinner. You know what I'm saying? Buy him his favorite meal, gas him up a little bit. But if I was him, I ain't gonna front. Like, how bad do you want it? You know what I'm saying? Like, guys get traded in professional.
You are no help.
I'm just saying, like, how bad, like, if it's on his mind all the time where he can't even focus in everyday life, and he's like, man, maybe Chip's just the problem here.
Okay, CB wants to see Florida.
Ooh, that's nice.
So there it is. Where's
Destin on the map?
Huh?
Where's Destin on the map in Florida?
It's in the Panhandle.
Okay.
It's in the Panhandle.
Why there? Why SEC meetings?
I don't know.
Okay.
Probably just because it's nice. Like all the wives or spouses, I should say, because there are a lot of female administrators in the SEC. A lot of, the spouses, the families are happy there. Like last night I was talking to Vic Schaefer, and we're going to give away a Cabo Bob's $50 gift card. Zay, do you have some trivia that you can come up with in the, before the end of the show?
Yeah, I can work a little something.
Because I can come up with some too, but you're good at that stuff. But we will be giving away a $50 Bob's. You got to play on the text line. So if you don't have our text line, the Circuit of the Americas CODA text line, write this down, put it in your phone, 512-222-9328. It's also on the screen if you're watching us on the YouTube channel. If you're listening to us on the app, the CODA text line is 512-222-9328. So stay tuned. We'll have a trivia question for a $50 Cabo Bob's gift card that we'll be giving away a little bit later in the show. But do you want to hear from Steve Sarkisian on how the new college football playoff should look?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, here is Steve Sarkisian.
At the end of the day, we all just want to put the best teams to have an opportunity to compete for a championship. And now more than ever, the length of the season, last year we played 16 games, and that was just to get to the semifinals. We would have been 17, right, to win a championship. And so the idea, I think we've all got to wrap our brain around. I don't know if we'll ever see an undefeated national champion again. If we do, that's a really good team because it's just so difficult. And it's not so, it's difficult, yes, because of the quality of the opponents you play, but it's so difficult to stay healthy that long. This idea of somebody's going to go 16-0 in college football, man, put a statue up somewhere of that team, because I just don't know if that's going to happen again. And so the idea that I think, the powers that be are trying to get it right, I think is a good, healthy discussion. And I understand not everybody's on the same page right now. Hopefully we can get to that point to where that is, that we're giving the best teams the opportunity to get into that playoff, because that's really what it is. It's a playoff. And you're rewarding teams that we've got a committee that's trying to say who are the best teams that should deserve an opportunity to compete for a national championship. At the end of the day, we all just want to.
So for those who, there's a lot of different scenarios on the table. You've got a 14 team. Right now we're in a 12 team playoff. You've got proposals to go to 14. You've got proposals to go to 16. The proposals include, guaranteeing the SEC and the Big Ten 4 automatic qualifiers. And the ACC and the Big 12, there's a proposal that would guarantee them each 3. There's a proposal that would guarantee them each 2. You would also have a guaranteed spot for the highest ranked group of 5. And depending on how many bids you give to the ACC and the Big 12, and we'll talk to Hummer about this coming up, you could have either 1 at-large or 3. So obviously the ACC and the Big 12 are saying, give us 3, but how do you get consensus on this? And you're asking all the, the 10, the Power 4, the group of 5 to vote on this. And Greg Sankey's like, hey, there are people saying we're leaving teams out by only going with 4 automatic bids for the SEC. So, of course, he wants to go with the ACC and the Big 12 only getting 2 bids, because he wants 3 more at-large bids available, one of which could go to Notre Dame if they meet the criteria without ever playing a conference championship game, which is troubling. Because Notre Dame, we saw that last year. Notre Dame was rested. They didn't play no conference championship game. And they were on fire against Georgia. They didn't have no offense. They were able to turn Georgia over, short fields. But I think we're going to 16 because that's where the most money is. And it's also where the most bids are. And I think if we go to a 16 team playoff, the SEC will move to a 9-game conference schedule, because the concern is access. And if you're going to play 9 conference games, that's 8 more losses in the conference. And you got half the leagues worried about making a bowl game, and you got half the league trying to get into the playoff. And the best way to absorb or survive a 3-loss season, Stark even said you could see a 4-loss team make the playoff.
Oh my gosh.
Is if you're in a 16-team playoff. But think about Alabama. Think about, and we'll bring in our man Hummer, get his thoughts, because he's a national analyst, hole-in-one Hummer, by the way, because our man Chris Hummer scored his first hole-in-one this summer.
Hey, just be as good as me, y'all. Like everybody can have a hole-in-one soon.
Yeah.
It's
Hello.
easy. It's
Step
easy.
it
You
up.
just line up and hit it.
Step it up. But Hummer, we were just talking about the different college football playoff scenarios. I got the vibe from Greg Sankey last night. If we go to a 16-team college football playoff, that the SEC would go with 9 conference games. There's still a lot of variables left. And when do we have to make these decisions? Like soon.
Yeah, because I mean, this is all for the 2026 playoff structure. So that's why you have so many commissioners fighting in public right now. Like they're all leveraging and jockeying for control. I mean, at the end of the day, it's control that the SEC and the Big Ten ultimately have, since the other conferences signed away the ability to essentially make the final say on these things. But they did so only out of fear that the SEC and the Big Ten would break off and form their own playoff. So it's a weird time in college athletics because you've got 2 leagues clearly using the power they've been given while trying to win a public relations war, but also trying to at least include the other 2 conferences. And you have the other 2 conferences fighting for as much ground as they can possibly muster. And it's all got to be resolved very quickly. And I mean, somehow within a 2-year scope, we're basically going to go from 4 teams to 16 most likely. So that's what money will do for you.
Yeah. With this current 12-team format, Hummer, when it comes to automatic bids, how would you want to see it sorted out?
Do you mean like the format we're going to have next year, like with the straight up seating, or do you mean if we were going to have a 12-team?
Yeah.
What's up?
With a straight up seating, yes.
Yeah, I think that's the way to do it. Like, no offense to Boise State or Arizona State, but nobody thought they should be hosting playoff games last year and getting a bye. It also made the bracket really lopsided, to be honest. I think, if I remember correctly, the side Texas was on with Ohio State was considerably more difficult than the other side of the bracket that had Georgia with an under-starting quarterback, Penn State, and Notre Dame as the 3 main teams on that side. I think Boise State was on that side of the bracket. Indiana was on that side of the bracket, and a couple others. Like, it was a pretty lopsided.
SMU.
Yeah, SMU. It was a pretty lopsided bracket from one side to the other. And I can hear an argument that, like, if you want to say in that, you should win your conference championship. I don't disagree. I think if you're going to have conference championships, like, they should matter. They're kind of farcical as they are now. And I know the SEC and the Big Ten are thinking about reworking how that works anyway. But I like the straight seeding model. I think in a sport like college football, it makes the most sense. This is not the NFL where everybody has equal talent. And this is just not a position where like a 11-1 Boise State should be getting a bye over some more deserving teams in other leagues.
What do you think, Hummer, about the conference championship games? I've said that we need to do away with one of the regular season games, the tomato can games. Because if you're going to a 16-team playoff, then something's got to come out of the – I mean, I used to say do away with the conference championship games and one of the regular season games if you're going to do a 16-team playoff. But we've become so conditioned to now playing 17 games to win a national championship that, oh, what the hell? Let's make it 18. Like, remember when we used to say player safety, they're playing too many games? We're not hearing that anymore.
I think that went out the window with the pancakes that were given to offensive linemen a couple of years ago. But no, I totally agree. I think for a college schedule, it's ridiculous that you could play 17 games and win a national championship. It's just too many games to be played. I don't think you're ever going to see a team. It's the same reason why, right? Like, sorry to bring up the NBA. I know we're not talking about it, but the NBA has no business playing 82 games a year, right? The product would be better if they played 70. People would be healthier. People would play more often. but the owners are never going to give up 12 or 6 home games essentially because it's too much money. And you're never going to see an SEC team give up an extra home game because it's too much money to lose. That's just the reality of it. And it's the same reason why, like, you're going to see more games. Like, I think if the Big Ten and the SEC get their way, they'll have like essentially mini play-in tournaments for their playoff spots at the end of the season. And that's extra. That's not only an extra game for the conference champion, it's an extra game for the other 4 teams that fill in that bracket too. So everybody, like the top 6 teams in the SEC and the Big Ten, would be playing at least 13 games a year, 14 games of the bowl. And if you make the playoffs, you could play up to, I think, 17 or 18 potentially,
18.
depending how the seeding goes. So yeah, that's too many games for college kids, but that's what happens when your labor doesn't get to collective bargain.
Yeah. Hummer, Kirby Smart, and Steve Sarkisian at the SEC meetings today have been very pro only 1 transfer portal a year, other than 2, what we have going on right now. How do you feel about that? Because it's kind of one of those things as a college football fan, I'm like, all right, y'all are 2 of the top dogs. What are y'all complaining about? Everybody should want to come to Georgia or Texas. But as a Texas fan, I'm like, okay, I get it. Like, let's keep the big dogs on top for a reason. Even the playing field, even though you're a superior program than other schools out here. How do you feel about these coaches trying to work that angle right now?
Well, I'm biased. I'm all for 1 transfer portal window. It makes my life easier. But I think it's healthier for the sport. I think a situation in which you have to protect your roster twice from getting picked apart is really difficult. And it's not the SEC schools. It's not the Texas, the Georgias, the Ohio States I feel bad for. It's actually the group of 5 schools that, like, you have to protect your roster all winter. You breathe a sigh of relief because maybe your star or left tackle doesn't leave. And then you have to defend him again for another 3 months until the post-spring window. It's impossible. Like, it's impossible to manage a roster. It's impossible to have fair negotiations with players. And I mean, that sounds ridiculous, right? Like, fair negotiations with players who were not paid for a long time. But like, at this point, we're in an era where like most of these players in college football have been played their entire careers. Like, they are having opportunities to go back to the table, and they essentially get infinite leverage because of the way the schedule and the calendar sets up. So I'm all for 1 window. Does it need to be in January after the national championship game is over? I don't think so. Like, I think that makes it very difficult for like the actual school element of things, because most schools begin in mid-January for their spring semester. But like, figuring out 1 window that works, I think, is the right move. Whether it'll be passed, I think, is largely will be determined by if the NCAA thinks it can get away with not being sued. Because as soon as you restrict transfer movement further, you're going to see lawsuits contesting that. But I do think it would be healthier for the sport. And I think it'd be better for the players too. Like, the idea of transferring post-spring, unless you're really good, is just not healthy for your career. Like, it is very difficult to come in right away in the spring and make an impact, especially at positions like quarterback, where you have to have a lot of work to do to learn a system and to kind of integrate yourself. So I'm all for that proposal from Kirby Smart.
So it would seem then that January is the right time for this thing, because obviously the school administrators are concerned. They want as clear a picture of what the revenue sharing commitment is going to be as close to the beginning of their fiscal year, which is July 1st. So that's why there's that push for May. The football coaches are like, May? We've already gone through spring football. We need to get our rosters set in January so that we got all our guys and we're forming a team in spring football. What are your thoughts on that?
I think May, like, if you just think about the academic calendar too, May makes the most sense, right? Kids can get through an entire year in a school. You have the opportunity to save more credits. It doesn't disrupt your school schedule to take visits during that time. You get a full opportunity to go through spring ball, which I know is a little counterintuitive based on what I said earlier. But a lot of guys are moving before they even go through spring. They don't even know where they're going to sit on the depth chart. Like, you might win a position battle that you're not expecting to. I think it would also bring more stability to the sport, something that we've really missed. I keep up with all of it, but I mean, for a casual fan, it's got to kind of suck. Like, people rarely stay for 3 or 4 years anymore. And I think if you kick it back to May, you have more of an opportunity for a roster to stay intact. But I mean, at the end of the day, like, kids are going to want to be in spring, and that's going to be challenged. Coaches are going to want kids in spring. That's why I think, like, from a football standpoint, January is the time that's going to end up making the most sense. But I don't think you need to wait till January 15th when school's already going. Just start at January 1st. And if you're a playoff team, right, you just kind of have to deal with it. Like you can't complain. I think Kirby Smart had a quote today, like, you shouldn't make any complaints from the yacht. That's kind of the reality, right? Like, if you're in the playoff, you just kind of deal with it. Like, it doesn't suck to protect your roster and do transfer visits while all that's going on, sure. But the majority of teams in the playoffs have armies of staffs to kind of take care of that. So I think it needs to be, if you're going to do a window like that, it needs to be probably January 1st through the 15th or something to that regard.
Yeah. Hummer, how is Notre Dame going to be this year? You know, Marcus Freeman obviously getting to the championship game last year. They have a good comeback against Ohio State, but it was clearly too little too late. How do you think the Fighting Irish are going to be this upcoming season?
I think what we've seen from got to get those pillows right. What we've seen from Marcus Freeman is there's
This chair is like cement. Now I'm comfortable.
Is that the Floridian chairs, Chip?
Yes.
Yeah,
I
man.
don't know
Tough
what they're
life
making
out
these
there.
chairs out of.
Tough life out there in Dustin.
Turtle shells? I don't know.
The lumbar support is just not. It's just lacking, man. Crazy. The beach chairs must have terrible lumbar support too. Yeah, I think Notre Dame is shown to have a pretty high floor under Marcus Freeman. It's one of the best coached teams in the country. They do a really good job with development. They're going to have one of the best offensive lines in college football, which is a really important starting point. They're going to have one of the best running backs in college football. I think we'll see what we get out of CJ Carr, probably as a redshirt freshman, as a starting quarterback, but they're very high on him. Their defensive ceiling, even after losing Todd Golden, is still very high. Like, I'm pretty bullish on Notre Dame, which didn't even really, like, compared to some of the other contenders, they didn't lose a ton of production. I think they came in at like 60th nationally in Bill Connolly's S&P plus, or the returning production rankings. I don't know the schedule off the top of my head, but, like, I think Notre Dame is very much in line to be right there at 10-2, 11-1 again this year, fighting for a playoff spot. Although I am looking at the schedule now, we'll know after 2 weeks because they open up with Miami and Texas A&M back-to-back. That's pretty brutal. But the schedule the rest of the way after that is pretty soft.
So, Hummer, the SEC and the Big Ten, do you get a sense that we are any closer to them breaking away? We keep thinking, or I keep thinking,
breaking away from the NCAA or breaking away from
that ultimately the top tier of college football is going to be some version of the ESPN conference, the SEC, and the Fox conference, the Big Ten.
Hey, and the CBS conference. CBS has rights to
CBS
and CBS and NBC.
Our parent company.
Yeah, man, you gotta respect the lords of Paramount before they do.
Right.
Guidance. Yeah, exactly. Paramount Plus, baby. Love the Survivor runs over there. I do. I watch Survivor all the time. It was a joke, but also
great show.
Yeah,
I watched it with my kids. It was one of the few shows I could watch with my kids. Tiger
it's even better now. I encourage everybody to go watch it.
Okay.
Great TV.
And it's still Probst, right? Jeff
Probst. They're about to be on season 49. So
Damn.
Hello.
Yeah.
Hello.
Still going strong.
Do you get the feeling we're close to that? I mean, now we've got grandstanding going on from the ACC and the Big 12 about the college football playoff. And Greg Sankey said last night, I don't need to be lectured about the good of the game.
A little rich.
Yeah. He's like, we didn't need a 12-team playoff, but we went with it for the good of the game.
Yeah. I'm sure his membership wasn't really, I mean, anyway, I could say a lot about those Greg Sankey comments, but he's just doing his job, right? Like your job is to stump for your league. But
a league that has not won either of the last 2 national championships.
Yeah, and his comments, particularly about not losing mattering more than who you play, were also interesting. You could say a lot about what Greg Sankey said, but again, like he is a man who has one job, and it's to promote his league and to put his league in the best position possible. But like, if you're talking about good of the game, right? Like, and he's talking about his ability to protect good of the game, you would have never taken Texas and Oklahoma, right? Because that wasn't good for the game. Like, you would have never expanded to 12. You would have kept it at 4. Anyway, it's a whole thing. But I don't think you'll necessarily, unless something drastic changes, I don't think you'll necessarily see the Big Ten and the SEC break off. I think that will naturally occur as they pick off more teams over the next decade. I don't remember the exact year, but the ACC revised its grant of rights and essentially gave Clemson, schools like Clemson, Florida State, an out. I think in 2030, 2031. At that time, if you see those teams, the big brands of the ACC, leave for the Big Ten or the SEC, I think that's about the point where you see the sport fracture on its own. You don't need an official press release to come out to know that the ACC minus Florida State, Miami, Clemson, and a couple other schools just isn't on the same level with the SEC and the Big Ten. I think it'll just happen naturally as the bigger conferences eventually pick off the smaller ones, because it's going to continue to happen. I think we're in a short-term period of stability, at least from conference realignment at the top, but it's not going to last too much longer.
Hummer, are you sold on Gunnar Stockton? I mean, he's obviously good enough for Carson Beck to get ran off the South Beach, and Kirby Smart definitely vouched for Gunnar Stockton in a way where it was somewhat disrespectful to Carson Beck. But here we are. He was good at the end of the season, not so much in the Notre Dame game, but he was good in the Texas game. Your thoughts on the quarterback in Athens?
I think he's going to be pretty good. I thought what Kirby Smart said yesterday was actually kind of interesting. He said something to the degree of like national. He didn't say it exactly like this, but it was essentially national championships can't be the standard every year. It's getting the most out of every team possible. And I don't think you would hear Kirby Smart saying that 5 years ago under the previous rule set, but I think that's shifted. And it's not a knock on Gunnar Stockton. I actually think Gunnar Stockton's going to be very good. I don't think there's going to be much of any drop off from Carson Beck a year ago to Gunnar Stockton. He's a different kind of quarterback, elevates the team with his ability to run as opposed to maybe throw all the time, although he looked very good for stretches against Texas and against Notre Dame. But for Georgia, I think it's more like, are they as good as they used to be, particularly along the defensive line and the offensive line, 2 rooms that have been hit by attrition pretty heavily the last couple of years? Will the receivers be better? They made 2 pretty big splashes in the portal. Can the secondary take a step forward? I'm less worried about Gunnar Stockton than I am about some other elements of that team.
Only 6 schools in the SEC return their starting quarterback from 24, Hummer. Arkansas.
Yep. Taylor Green.
Florida, DJ Lagway, LSU, Garrett Nussmeier, Mississippi State, Blake Shapen, South Carolina, Lenore Sellers, Texas A&M, Marcel Reed. Do you see any of those threatening to win the conference?
Yeah, I think I picked LSU to win the SEC something earlier. I don't know if I was that bold, but I have LSU. Yeah, I think I did pick LSU to win the conference, to be honest. I think LSU has a legitimate chance. I think their ceiling's as high as anybody. I think a lot of the transfers have to come together, and Blake Baker's defense has to take another step forward. But I have LSU on the short list of like 4 teams in the SEC that I think have a legitimate chance to win the league. South Carolina, I don't see that this year. Arkansas, don't see that. Mississippi State, don't see that. I think A&M is, I would be surprised if they won the league, but it wouldn't surprise me if A&M is again in the playoff mix late in the season. Probably forgetting one that you said, but very bullish on LSU.
Yeah, Mississippi State, you're not.
Apologies to the Cowbells.
Yeah.
Don't see that though.
And that gives us 10 schools who are breaking in new quarterbacks, which is like, I didn't realize that Zach Calzada, who will turn 25 in November and is beginning his 7th year of college football, is battling with Cutter Boley to be the quarterback at Kentucky, replacing Brock Vandegrift.
Yep.
Zach Calzada, who led A&M to that 41-38 home win over then number 1 Alabama in 2021. Like, give me your Zach Calzada thoughts.
Well, I would be shocked, first of all, if he does not win the job. They paid him to come in and win the job this offseason. He got a number that I think would surprise some people. But, I mean, Zach Calzada also, is it Auburn he played for a little bit?
Yes, so Auburn, Incarnate Word.
Yeah, third SEC school. He was really good at Incarnate Word the last 2 years. I don't know how much people think about what happens further south on I-35, but Incarnate Word has been remarkably productive the last couple of years offensively.
Cam Ward.
It's not just Cam Ward that has been produced out of there. I mean, GJ Kinney's obviously at Texas State, but Incarnate Word's had some of the FCS passing leaders the last couple of seasons. Like, it's been a very productive program. Like, Lindsey Scott was awesome for them in 2022, the former Missouri quarterback. And Zach Calzada, I think, threw like 3,800 yards this year and completed like 66% of his passes. He looked really good. Is he the guy that's going to elevate Kentucky? I don't know about that, but if he's protected and he has enough weapons, I think he's going to be considerably better than what Kentucky had this year in their quarterback room. I don't have much doubt about that. So, like, I know a lot of people are probably snickering when they hear the name Zach Calzada, but I would be shocked if he's not more productive than what Kentucky produced this year when they were one of the worst passing offenses in college football. I think he raises that floor by quite a bit.
Yeah. Hummer, what are your thoughts on Ben Arbuckle coming from Washington State to be the offensive coordinator at Oklahoma? Obviously, him and John Mateer have a good relationship, both being in the Pacific Northwest. But Arbuckle, 29 years old, new, up and coming, exciting. What separates him from other guys across college football?
I mean, he's just like, there's always an it coordinator every offseason, like everybody, like there's always one or two blue bloods looking for a quick fix on offense or defense. And there's always an it coordinator every offseason. He was that guy offensively. He produced a ton of yards with John Mateer last year. He produced even more yards with Cam Ward the year before that. He was super productive at Western Kentucky with Austin Reed, who came close to leading the FBS in passing yards in 2022. He was with Zach Kitley at Western Kentucky when he worked with Bailey Zappi. I don't know how many people remember the name Bailey Zappi, but he was awesome for Western Kentucky and had a cup of coffee as the Patriot starter for a little bit. So basically whatever offense and whatever quarterback he's had under his direction, and they've all looked and moved a little differently, has been very successful, and that's what he's bringing to Oklahoma. It's not a true air raid, but a lot of air raid principles, and he's somebody really well respected across college football. Ton of familiarity with John Mateer, obviously, so I think they're going to step in right away and be in sync. The question for Oklahoma on offense to me is, like, do they have enough at wide receiver and offensive line? Because I think those were the real areas that held them back last year.
What do you think of Ohio State trying to move the game time of the Texas game, trying to move the game to August 31st, Sunday, to Sunday night, and Texas saying, no, we're going to stick with the contract on August 30th?
Well, I mean, like, why would you want to give Ohio State that advantage, right? Like, right. You don't want a night game.
Right. Screw Ohio State.
If I'm Ohio State, like, I obviously make that pitch, but like, that's if you're Texas, it's not going to make or break your season. Like, I think last year proved that if you lose 2 games and you're a Texas, you're getting in the playoff no matter what, right? Like that's what we've seen. So this is not an end all be all for Texas. It's not going to determine their season, but you still want every advantage possible. This is a game. If Texas wins, like I just talked about, like from a negative standpoint, like you could potentially lose the game early. But if you win this game early and you're Texas, I don't want to say they're a lock to make the playoff, but they're pretty close, right? Like when you consider the SEC schedule in front of them, you essentially get 2 or 3 losses, especially when you consider you have like that chip on your table, a win over potentially a top 5 team in the country on the road. That is huge. And if you're Texas, you win that game, like you basically just have to go. I'm looking at the schedule now, right? So you play Florida, Oklahoma, Georgia, Texas A&M. Those are the 4 games realistically that you consider that Texas could lose. If you win one of those 4 and you beat Ohio State, you probably make the playoff. So it's a massive game, and Texas should be trying to get whatever advantage it can.
Yeah, I know Brian Hartline is the wide receiver whisperer at Ohio State, but now him having a new role as the offensive coordinator, how do you think that's going to go? Because I heard he's going to be the one calling the plays, kind of like what Chip Kelly did last year, and Ryan Day's still going to be CEO in, but that is a little different than the success they had last year. How do you think that's going to go in Columbus?
Well, it's interesting because Brian Hartline was the offensive coordinator for Ohio State 2 years ago, and like the offense wasn't as productive necessarily when he was calling plays. Or maybe it was 3 years ago, and then Ryan Day took the play calling back. But this is not a new job for Brian Hartline. I think it was that season after CJ Stroud left, the Common Core year, where Brian Hartline was at least the part-time play caller for them. So it's not new to Brian Hartline, but like that's the type of thing you do for Brian Hartline if you don't want to lose a coach who would have had plenty of head coaching opportunities elsewhere. But I mean, given all the talent Ohio State has, I don't think there's going to be much lacking there. I mean, like you still got Jeremiah Smith, you still got Cardinal Tate, you still got one of the better offensive lines in college football, even after the turnover they've had. Like I think Brian Hartline's going to be just fine, but I think it'll be interesting to see how he and Julian Sand get in a rhythm together as a QB OC combo.
Brian Hartline was the offensive coordinator in 2023.
Yeah, so under Common Core, yeah.
They went 11-2. They lost to Missouri in the Cotton Bowl. And then Ryan Day said, why don't I bring in Chip Kelly?
And that Ohio State offense finished 25th nationally in yards per play. It's the only time they've finished outside the top 10 since 2020. Actually, the only time they finished outside the top 10 since, 2016. So it's not like they were bad in 2023, but it was a pretty significant drop from the elite offenses they've had the years before when Brian Hartline was calling plays.
Yeah, it is interesting.
And Kyle McCord was better at Syracuse than he was at Ohio State, despite the talent. So
yeah,
I don't know if that's related to Brian Hartline, but
I'm sure Ohio State fans are not happy or panicking, or because they can never be happy. They're just like terminally angst-ridden. Yes, Michael. Welcome to Chip and Say.
Oh, man.
There is, as I said, I grew up in a household that had a toilet seat that said flush twice. It's a long way to Columbus. And yeah, I'm really excited to go back to Columbus this August 30th.
Did you actually flush twice, Chip? It seems like a waste of water, but
no one flushed twice as far as I know, but it was clever. Hummer, the week 1 games are awesome. It's really kind of amazing. Do you have a favorite week 1 game? Heck, just involving the SEC. You have Texas, Ohio State. You have Auburn at Baylor. You have LSU at Clemson, Alabama at Florida State. And there's others I'm failing to mention, I'm sure, but that is an unbelievable week one, isn't it?
Yeah, it's awesome. I mean, Clemson LSU is the game I'm most interested to see. I'm more interested in Clemson LSU than I am Texas and Ohio State, to be honest, because I think I have Clemson winning the national championship, and I think, as I said earlier, I picked LSU to win the SEC, and I think this game is going to be a really early barometer to see if those teams, which have been on the fringe of contention the last couple of years, but not necessarily all the way there, are good enough to play on the same level as Texas, Ohio State. Like, obviously, I'm excited to see Julian Sain and Arch Manning. I'm excited to see Alabama open the season with a new quarterback. I'm excited to see Syracuse go to Tennessee. A lot of points are going to be scored there. Like, it's a really interesting schedule, but I think LSU Clemson is one of the most interesting games of the weekend, and also one of the most important college football games of the entire season for playoffs to get in. Brian Kelly's obviously been horrible in opening games. Clemson has a really easy path in the ACC, but I think this is a bit of a prove it game for both, and I think it's going to tell us a lot about where both teams sit going into next year. So I'm very excited about that game. I think it's going to be the best one of the week, and just a fascinating game to follow.
What is it about,
one more?
Yeah, last one for me. What is it about Clemson that you like so much to put them as your national champ? I mean, we saw against Texas last year, they gave Texas everything they wanted, and K. Klubnik was money, and I expect him to be money this year. But why do you have them as your natty weather Hummer?
I mean, there's not a lot not to like, right? Like, they return more production than anybody in college football. They have one of the best quarterbacks in college football in Cade Klubnik. They have a veteran offensive line. They have young receivers that are only going to get better. Bryant Wesco, TJ Moore. Bryant Wesco particularly flashed against Texas. The running back room, questionable, but like, they have talent there. The defensive line, if everybody's healthy, is deeper than it was a year ago. They have two of the better linebackers in college football. The secondary, I think, is a bit of a work in progress. But if that defense can take a small step forward under a new kind of defensive coordinator's direction, and they had some trouble with Wes Goodwin last year, like, we saw it, like, Clemson was like that final score was a little misleading. Clemson kept pushing back in that game against Texas and came very close, that goal line stand, essentially, from having a chance to win that game. And that was on the road with a bunch of things working against them. I think Clemson is super talented, and they should be even better this year with a little bit of extra continuity on offense. And I'm just really bullish on the Tigers. They might not be as talented, like top to bottom, as like an Ohio State or Texas or Georgia. But when you consider continuity, returning production, the quarterback they have who comes up in the clutch as much as he did last year, like, I really like what Clemson brings to the table.
They got to play Bill Belichick in Chapel Hill, but they get SMU in Death Valley. They get Florida State in Death Valley. They have to play at Louisville, but they have to go to South Carolina to finish the season. Those are Clemson's make or break games of the season. Hummer, you're the man. We appreciate you, man.
Absolutely.
All in one Hummer.
Enjoy those pool umbrellas out there, man.
Thank you. Let's do it again next week.
All right, yeah, later.
All right, there he is. Okay, Zay, you came up with the trivia question for the Cabo Bob's gift card last time. So yeah. I'm gonna come up with the question for today.
All right.
And remember, you have to answer on the CODA text line. Area code 512-222-9328. Here is the trivia question to win the $50 Cabo Bob's gift card. And the first correct answer to come in on the CODA text line will win. Here is the question. Who is the last Texas pitcher to throw a perfect game? Who is the last Texas pitcher to throw a perfect game? There's the question.
Yeah, I don't know that.
So answer on the Coda text line 512-222-9328. And be the first one to answer correctly. And you win a $50 gift card to Cabo Bob's. Zay, I will text you the correct answer.
All right.
But yeah, I think that'll be fun.
Yeah, CB, sorry, bro. But you got the answer wrong, technically. And you all the way in Washington. I don't think they got any Cabo Bobs in Washington.
But we love the effort.
Yeah, but I know you visit every once in a while. You probably could have came here. Got your Cabo Bobs in. Maybe saw Arch Manning and Hyde Manning because they love Cabo Bobs so much too.
Yeah, they do.
That Cabo Bob
right.
on campus is always popping.
It's always popping.
There's always a line. Every time I go past it, there's always a line outside the door full of cats and gals.
Well, let's get a couple mentions in here, and then we'll start working our way toward the commentary while we wait for the correct answer to the trivia question for the $50 Cabo Bob's gift card that has to come in on the Coda text line 512-222-9328. The last Texas Longhorns pitcher to throw a perfect game. What is the perfect solution if you're snoring? Is the Sleep Cycle Center in Austin. 2 great locations in Lakeway and in the Arboretum. And if you're snoring, it's more than just annoying to the person sleeping next to you. It could be a sign of a serious health issue. And our man, Dr. Chad, who founded, CEO of the Sleep Cycle Center, has dedicated his life to making sure that no one suffers what happened to his father, who died at the age of 60 from sleep apnea. Sleep apnea is a lack of oxygen while you're sleeping. And Dr. Chad has the best technology. He's got the best treatment options. Everything from oral appliances, which is what I have. I call it my mouth guard, holds my lower jaw open while I'm sleeping, to surgery. But you want to get the answers, and he makes it so easy because if you go to sleepcyclecenters.com and mention that Texas Sports Unfiltered sent you, he's going to take $100 off your sleep study. Basically making it too good of a deal to pass up because you need to get these answers and make sure that your health is not at risk. SleepCyclecenters.com. Tell them Texas Sports Unfiltered sent you. They'll take $100 off your sleep study. Hey, cover three. You got all kinds of playoff games going on at cover three, but in the brunch on the weekends, which I love, the do-it-yourself Bloody Mary bar. But just get into cover three and enjoy the great food, high-end food without the high-end prices. From the Chop House burger, which Texas Monthly says is one of the best burgers in the state of Texas, to the Sean Adams prime rib sandwich, which is fantastic. I like the horseradish and the au jus. Just incredible. The firecracker shrimp on the $7 social hour menu. Happy hour, 3:30 to 6:30 every day, 3:30 to close on Mondays. Get into cover three Anderson, cover 3 Round Rock, and cover 2 at 183 in Lake Creek. And audio-visual consultations. Our man, Tom McKay. Maybe don't talk to him about the Dallas Stars right now because they got to get things turned around. after winning game 1. But hey, you call 255-8678 and he's going to bring everything to you. You don't need to be lugging big screens around town, punching holes in your drywall. He's going to bring you the best price on big screens. Surround sound, a whole new media room, surveillance, electronic shades, new lighting. He does it all. All you got to do is call 255-8678. And Tom and his crew will bring everything to you. They've done it for me, put big screen TVs in 3 different houses for me. They're the best. So give them a call. 255-8678. Zay?
Yeah, we got a winner.
Got a winner?
Got a winner.
On the Coda text line?
On the Coda text line.
Who won?
Tevin. My man.
And what did Tevin say? What's the answer?
James Street.
James Street.
Yeah.
That's right. James Street, father of Houston Street, was the last Texas Longhorns baseball pitcher to throw a perfect game. Way to go, Tevin.
Way to go, Tevin.
Enjoy Cabo Bob's.
Yeah.
That's a
Someone
beautiful
said
thing.
Houston's dad, but it was after Tevin said James Street. I don't know. Will we have let that slide if that was before Tevin? Houston's dad. Dude threw a, perfect game here.
I mean, shouldn't you know you got to know the guy's name?
I don't know the guy's name. Let's not disrespect him.
I mean, I hate to be a stickler, but I mean, I think we need his name.
We need his name. Yeah. He
Next
deserves
time.
that.
Next time. Yeah, Mike G says, I'm not a fan, but I'm looking forward to the Arch Manning era. Steve Sarkisian was asked today about Arch Manning and how do you insulate him from all of the attention and hype and whatnot. And I thought Steve Sarkisian had an interesting answer. He said, part of the reason he came to Texas is for, the exposure. So he said, you want him to have the big stage, but you also want to make sure that you're not overextending him any more than what you need. So he said it's a balancing act. Some of it is on Arch himself to manage that, but some of it is on Texas. Not asking him to do like he was not at the Horns Up event for the Texas One Fund, their big fundraiser two weekends ago.
Who was?
Anthony Hill, Michael Taft, Colin Simmons. They were the big names at the event. Michael Taft did some speaking on stage. Arch Manning was there, but I think he was at a Padres baseball game this year. So there's an example of not overextending him. So, yeah.
I'm going to be interested to see if Sark brings Arch to SEC Media Day just because of that. We were bashing who didn't bring their quarterback last year.
A lot of people.
But somebody did that really stuck out, and it was weird. But
Quinn was there. Carson Beck was there.
Yeah. I'm trying to think of the other quarterbacks. Jackson Arnold. I don't know if he was there for Oklahoma.
Yeah.
It might have been him. And we were wondering what was going on there. Now
Maybe
we know.
Now we know.
Now we know Jackson Arnold was benched, but I wouldn't be shocked if Arch didn't go just because he's going to be the talk of SEC Media Day come July. That's a lot. Like when everybody spreads out to their tables and Arch is at a table and Colin Simmons is at a table and Hill is at a table, everyone's going to go to Arch's table. There might be a couple of people at Ant Hill and Colin Simmons. No knock on them. It's just this is what Archmania is. So instead of just throwing him into that fire, which he's going to talk to the media, you know what I'm saying? Like, not going to shy away from that, but he's going to talk to y'all, when he can. That's not crazy. That's not going to be too overwhelming. It's just, I'd try to limit that as much as possible because it's just going to be there regardless. That's something that Sark's going to have to figure out. And he's right. Arch is going to have to figure it out too. I feel like he's the perfect person to do that because he has examples within his own family.
Yeah. Michael asks, any news on any more pickups for the Texas basketball team? And Sean Miller has 2 scholarships, I think, left. And I think he's going to wait and see if there's, someone. Remember, he's still looking at the French guard whose name escapes me. But I think he feels good about the roster. Like, he's got multiple guys who can handle the ball. He's got the Simon Wilcher kid from St. John's, who he said today, I really like the fact that he was on a team that won 30 games and earned a number 2 seed in the NCAA tournament and won the Big East. And he faced Wilcher a couple times this year. He obviously likes Dalen Swain and Camden Heide, who he said has been coached in reference to the fact that Heide redshirted at Purdue and then played 2 seasons. He's still got 2 years of eligibility left, but he's a 6'7" 3-point shooter. He's gotten better every year. He likes that, Tremont Mark, Jordan Pope can both handle the ball as well. So, he said in this day and age, you need multiple guys who can, he said it's not like the old days where you had one point guard and he was the guy. You got to have multiple guys who can bring the ball up the floor. And he also said it was helpful to have Lacina Traore and Dalen Swain, his transfers from Xavier, to help establish, with the new guys, what to expect, how he runs his off season, how things are going to go. And so those guys have been kind of put into a position of becoming vocal leaders, and he feels good about the makeup of the team right now. What do you think about that, Zay?
I mean, he should feel good. He's got size, he's got athleticism, he's got toughness. That's what you need if you want to get to the national championship, which I'm sure he does. Like, he was at Arizona, which was a big-time program. We know what happened there, which is ridiculous now of NIL and whatnot. But Xavier, as good of a coach as he is, he was never going to be able to accomplish getting to a national championship at Xavier. They just don't have the resources to. But I think he could be a national championship type of coach because he's really good. Like, his philosophy, up-tempo, tough defense, and it's a different type of up-tempo. There's movement involved. It's not going to be stagnant offense where guys are just going to have to take their man and use their skill one-on-one wise, ISO ball, to get buckets. Guys are going to be put in those situations. There's going to be a lot of movement, a a lot of cutting, a lot of pick and roll play and different angles and different areas of the court. And you're going to be able to throw it into your bigs and have them get you a bucket because he's going to find bigs like he has in Mathis and Traore to do those types of things. So I like the makeup of this team. I really like what Dalen Swain's going to bring to the table. I can't wait to see his versatility in this offense. Heidi, his versatility in this offense, even though I wanted to see more from his Purdue film. Like, I still kind of baffles me that he only averaged around 4 points a game for Matt Painter. Like, I feel like his volume should have been higher there, and Matt Painter's a good coach. So I was just kind of wondering where was the disconnect there. But he shows glimpses of a lot of talent, especially offensively with his shot-making ability and his athleticism. And if you think about Simon Welcher, that dude, he can play. That's a solid point guard that's got some serious game and plays like he's from the Jersey area up in that, New York, East Coast type of swagger. So how's it going to be with the returning guys? Because you got to get acclimated to him if you're Jordan Pope and you're Traymon Mark and you're Kendall Weaver. It's going to be a different game. And I think those guys, they'll be able to adapt to it, but will they be able to adapt to their new roles? Because Jordan Pope, I don't see him being a starter with this roster. I just don't. If he's a starter, then we got bigger problems here, in my opinion. I just don't see it. So hopefully Jordan Pope can understand that, okay, I'm not that guy that I was this past year at Texas or that guy was at Oregon State. Is he good with that? I'd like to say yes, because he decided to stick around and see what this Sean Miller era is all about and be a part of it. But I don't know. I know Kendall Weaver, no matter what his role is going to come to play. Traymon Mark, the same way. Like, if he's asked to come off the bench, is he good with that? Because now that you got Wilcher in there and you got Swain, you got Heidi, I could see Heidi coming off the bench for sure. I don't see Swain coming off the bench there. So what does that all mean for everybody in their roles, the coaching staff, just getting them acclimated right now and seeing how that goes. But yeah, I expect this team to surprise some people in the 2026 season.
He did say that, he tried to get Ryan Conwell, who he averaged 16.5 points for Xavier last year, but Louisville just kind of went above the number.
Good for them.
And
it's been that bad.
So he got the bag. Ryan Conwell got the bag.
I can't hate on that. Like,
no.
Go get your bag, young man. I don't really see him having an NBA future. I mean, we never know, but if he would have had an NBA future, he would have went by now. So might as well get that bag while you got that eligibility here in college. And if you want to get that bag and play bad basketball, that's your prerogative. Go have, you know what I'm saying? Some guys are just like that. Some guys just like that. So, and yeah, Michael, they got Pop Isaacs. Texas A&M, they got Pop Isaacs today, the former Red Raider, Creighton Blue Jay. I don't know what happened with Isaacs this year. I think he was hurt. Reason why he didn't play for Creighton, but that's a good get for old Bucky McMillan down there at College Station. That's a good get. Bucky recruiting. Can't even knock Bucky. Bucky recruiting. Bucky doing this thing. You know what I'm saying? It's the Aggies. I think it'll be better than Buzz Williams' era. I think it'll be better than that.
The thing about Buzz is he would do well in the regular season. He kind of has that Rick Barnes thing going. He does well in the regular season, and then come March, they come up small.
Gets tight.
Let's see if Bucky's got them freewheeling and letting it all hang. Like Tyrese Halliburton.
Yeah. Yo, John Halliburton, he's back tonight. He's active.
Oh
my man, John Halliburton, man, been locked up. They got him wanted signs on the back of milk carton type stuff. John Halliburton got in Giannis's face. Had consequences because of that. Now he's back. Good for the NBA. Because again, you don't know. You don't know if your son's ever going to get this chance again. God forbid, you hope that Tyrese Halliburton gets a chance to play for more titles, but you just never know. You never know what will happen. You know what I'm saying? John Halliburton deserves to see his son. Yeah, he made a mistake. He embarrassed the whole family. He looked flat out ghetto and ignorant. Absolutely. He knows that. He did his time. Now they're just a couple of games away from going to the finals. He deserves to see his son. It's a good story. It's a good story. You know, just make sure he ain't drinking or nothing. That's all. I feel like that alcohol was influenced in that Giannis situation. That looked like a dad that's been on some Hennessy. You know what I'm saying? I look like dad that's, pre-gamed before the game, if you catch my drift.
You got that Hennessy detector, huh?
Yeah. Swirling it and stuff.
Swirling. And by the way, Zay and I will be hosting the morning show on Texas Sports Unfiltered 7 to 9 the next 2 mornings to help accommodate the schedule here in Destin. So I appreciate everybody playing along, but we'll shake it up. We'll shake it up in the mornings next couple days.
I know. I better turn around and go to sleep right after the show.
I know.
Good.
Cannot watch the Pacers and the Knicks tonight.
Well, I'm definitely watching that.
I know you are. Oh, you're going to take a nap, you mean?
Yeah, I'm taking a nap.
Yeah, you need to get some sleep banked.
Yeah. Now, This is nostalgic, man. The morning always has a special place in my heart, man. So
yeah, man.
It'll be nice to tune in with those Texas Sports Unfiltered fans that catch the morning show normally. I mean, you should be catching all the shows, just keeping it real. Sometimes you got to go back and podcast, and not everybody can do it live. I know y'all folks got things to do, even though nobody really works in Austin anymore. Everybody just doing their own thing, but still, yeah, it's a nice little switcheroo. Bucky and BK will hold it down in the afternoon for us.
Okay. Today for the chip shot, CB points out that Texas is getting hammered for saying no to moving the Ohio State game to Sunday night of Labor Day. And, instead it's probably going to be at 11 a.m. on Saturday, August 30th. And I say, whatever. You know why? Because Texas why would they extend or shorten their game 2 preparation really by a day and a half? Because you play a night game on August 31st, you're not getting home till like 3 or 4 in the morning, flying from Columbus back to Austin, even on a charter. And then you've missed your whole Sunday when you normally come in, review film, do some corrections, and then, come back and start your game week. And I get it. Some fans are like, oh, I want to watch that game at night. I don't want to watch it at 11 a.m. or noon Eastern. Well, guess what? Ohio State, take it up with Fox. Fox is your media partner, and they love the big noon kickoff. Even my man Joel Klatt's having to be like, hey, everybody just relax, because I think Big Ten, if you're the flag carrier for the Big Ten, like Ohio State is, it means you're playing at noon all the time. You're playing in that big noon kickoff. And remember in, 21, when Texas had 5 or more 11 a.m. games? Because in the Big 12, 11 a.m. is kind of like you're the first band opening in a 5-band concert. And now, college football junkies like us, man, we love it. Let's get this party started. I'm going to watch that 11 a.m. game, then I'm going to watch whatever else is coming behind it. But for anyone getting upset at Texas for saying no to moving that game, why would Texas, do you think Ohio State would agree to move the game to Sunday night if it was at Texas? No, they wouldn't. They want to play the game and want to get back and have their normal game week. By the way, when do you have the most growth in your season? Between game 1 and game 2. So I'm not shortening that week when the most growth occurs. Sorry.
Why is that?
Because your first game of the season, maybe there's some jitters, maybe you had the wrong guy and you realized, oh, the guy we have backing him up is a little better, or the corrections tend to sink in more because it's fresh.
Okay.
It's the first game of the season and you're playing Ohio State, so there's no warm up. There's no mulligan. It's on. This was the National College Football Playoff semifinal last year. So I think I can live with all the naysayers out there on this one. Ohio State, take it up with Fox. Texas, they got things to do.
Yeah, I mean, Texas already got screwed over with the home schedule, with the Red River being a quote-unquote home game because of this 8-game SEC schedule. So I'm not trying to hear nothing from nobody. You know what I'm saying? Like, at least we're playing this game. Think about all the other high-powered teams and schools out here and are going to be playing the freaking Citadel week 1 or East Carolina Tech week 1. Texas is going up to play the defending national champs week 1. So there's no scared here. You know what I'm saying? Like,
right.
Mark one, they're still playing. Like, just because the sun's out don't mean it's any less easy. So drink earlier, Ohio State fans. Like,
kegs and eggs.
Kegs and eggs. Nothing wrong with that.
All right, let's get to the right call.
Let's get it. Shout out to our amazing sponsors like McCall Custom Homes, whether it's your kitchen, your bathroom, your outdoor space. If you want to remodel all of those, call the guys at McCall Custom Homes who are licensed and insured. If you're looking for top quality at affordable prices, in-house architects, 50 plus years of combined experience, they will handle your permitting process. They will work with your insurance. McCall Custom Homes is the best in the business. So they will turn your home and make it something truly special. If you want to see that online, Instagram, Facebook, hit up McCall Custom Homes and give our boy Mike a call at 512-633-9799. 9580. That's 512-633-9580. Shoot them an email at mike@mccallcustomhomes.com. Go to their website at mccallcustomhomes.atx.com. It's McCall Custom Homes. We build value into your home. And if you're looking for a full service wholesale and retail plant nursery and landscape supplier here in the beautiful city of Austin, Texas, go to Leaf Landscape Supply. They got 2 amazing locations down south off of 290 in Monterey Oaks and up north off of Pond Springs Road. Large quantities of supplies to fulfill any landscaping job, a collection of rare plants and specialty plants, trendy house plants. Leaf Landscape Supply is your one-stop shop for everything you need. So check out their website online at leaflandscapesupply.com. You could order things there on their online ordering department with bags of soil, different types of seeds, trees, tools, vines, whatever you want. They got it at Leaf Landscape Supply. And remember, when you go in and you make a purchase, let them know the crew at TSU put you on and you get 10% off. 10% off at Leaf Landscape Supply. And Covert Bee Cave, Covert Automotive Dealership here in the ATX. Bee Cave location, terrific location. My wife and I got our Buick Encore GT there that we absolutely love, and had to go get cleaned and stuff because it was her birthday. You know what I'm saying? She enjoyed that. It was fly. We took it around all weekend for birthday festivities and just had a good time. And it was because we had that Covert Bee Cave vehicle, and you could be like us too. Go to covertbeecave.com, see all the latest specials and inventory. Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever. All right, Chip. So we now know what the cover of the new college football video game is going to be. So there's 2 different covers. There's the original cover, which that's going to be the standard price, around $70 or so, maybe $75 plus tax. And then there's the deluxe cover, which always comes with different bonus features, this, that, and the third. That's usually in the hundreds. So I'm more of a original type of guy, but here we are. We got Alabama wide receiver Ryan Williams standing up alongside Ohio State wide receiver Jeremiah Smith. So this is the original cover, the cheaper version. So Ryan Williams, Jeremiah Smith, congratulations to those 2. They're probably the most, other than Arch Manning, probably the most popular guys in college football. We all know Arch Manning and Steve Sarkisian denied to be on the cover, and this probably would have been the cover Steve Sarkisian would have been on. This is the deluxe cover, which has a lot going on. Like, if you really look into it, you see a lot of OGs, former college Hall of Famers. You see coaches. You got Jeremiah Smith and Ryan Williams in the front. On the left of Ryan Williams, you got Reggie Bush. So when I see a OG player like that, that means they probably have, you could probably play with the legends, like old school greats back in the day that took college football by storm during their time. If you look in that second row, you see Tim Tebow.
Tim Tebow.
So Tim Tebow, he's on the deluxe cover. Coaches, you see James Franklin on your right, Kirby Smart, visor and all on the left. Kind of in the background on the right side, you see Ryan Day. In the middle, you see Lane Kiffin. Arizona State head coach Kenny Dillingham's in this. Sam Levitt's in this. One of the more interesting individuals in this photo is Bryce Underwood. Hasn't played a snap of college football yet, but we know the money that he's making up there in Ann Arbor. We all know the story on Bryce Underwood. Was supposed to go to LSU. Here comes Dave Portnoy and those boosters to get him to flip. He flipped. He's now playing for Michigan, and he's on the cover of the deluxe edition. So that's pretty crazy. But yeah, man, the only person that represents Texas in this photo, you got to squint and look deep in the back. I think that's our boy who's been on Chip and Zay before, Kyle Umlang, back there throwing up Hookem. And that back left, you see someone throwing a hook? I think that's Kyle Umlang. And he tweeted that they put me in the game. And I thought that was him when I was looking at this. I was like, who is that? I'm like, I look so familiar back there throwing up Hookem. That's our boy, straight up Aggie hater, Kyle Umlang.
Wow.
So he's the one representing Texas on EA's College Football 26 that will drop sometime in July, which is dope. Because again, Arch and Steve Sarkisian, they were asked to do this, and he was like, nah. No, I'm not, we're not doing it. Sorry. So, and it's cool. And what's cool is with the coaches in here, it makes me think that maybe not quite to the T, which EA, they do a good job of making it as realistic as possible. So if you play with Texas, that playbook is very close to what Steve Sarkisian provides with his playbook at Texas. But I think it's even more official when I see these coaches like EA actually went to Georgia and chopped it up with Kirby Smart. We're like, okay, what plays are you good that you actually run? Are you good with putting in the game? You know what I'm saying? Like they went to Penn State and they asked James Franklin, all right, your playbook, we want to put that in the game because we want to make it as authentic as possible. And that's why you see the coaches here, because they're probably more a part of the game than they were last year, which is pretty badass. I don't know what that means for Texas. I'm sure they're going to try their best, but I don't know. But Sark's not on here. Arch is not on here. Our boy Kyle Umlang's representing the Horns. Pretty cool cover, though. I'll give him that. Very cool cover.
How about that? I'm trying to – who's that Notre Dame player?
Love. What's his name? Jeremiah Love, the running back. Yeah, that's why he's doing the love sign. Genius. Okay. The brother's genius. That's a smart brother right there. That's good marketing. I didn't even think about that until now. I was like, why is he doing the love sign? Oh, his last name's Love. Well, yeah. Okay. Yeah, Dan Lanning's in the back. Kay Klubnik is in the back, standing by Garrett Nussmeier. So, yeah, they got guys.
They got guys.
But
Jeremiah Love. All right, who wins tonight? I got the Pacers.
Yeah, with the John Halliburton being out of the pen, I got him too. Crazy game 3 though. Knicks, for them to fight back, that was incredible. Karl Anthony Towns, 20 points in the fourth quarter. Just a masterclass performance by him. But it just seems like the Pacers, man, like they gave that game away. I don't think they'll do it tonight, but that pressure's back on them. Like now you're looking at New York and you're like, hey, we ain't got no pressure on us. You go tie that series up, going back to the Garden. Now we got something to talk about, but yeah, very disappointed in Anthony Edwards' performance last night. He didn't, take accountability when he spoke to the media, talking about how he didn't struggle and stuff. He made the right basketball play, and every time. Like, no, you didn't. You had 5 turnovers. Like, you didn't make the right basketball play every time. That's not true. You know what I'm saying? Then you only had 16 points on 13 shots. So you have 5 turnovers, 6 assists. That's not a good ratio. And you only have 16 points, and you're supposed to be the superstar? It's weird. It's very odd. Like, he's got to be better than that. And meanwhile, SGA showing us why he's the MVP. 40 points, 10 assists, 9 rebounds. And all we hear about is how everybody hates his game and he's a foul merchant and stuff like that. And it's like, dude, the dude's putting his team on his back. Jalen Williams is playing great basketball, had a great night last night. Shaq Holmgren ain't playing like no punk either. Chet Holmgren, last year against Dallas, Chet Holmgren played like a punk. I was like, oh, this dude, timid little skinny guy, he ain't trying to have none of that smoke. This year, Chet Holmgren wants to smoke. He has no fear in Rudy Gobert. He's knocking down threes. Like Oklahoma City, I continue to say it, they're surprising me. I did not think that they'd be this good. And shout out to Mark Dagnall, shout out to Caruso, Harkenstein, those guys that came over this past season. Huge addition. I can see them going back to OKC, winning Game 5, going on to the finals.
Woo! Let's bring in the open gym, Patrick and Matt. What's up, fellas?
What's up,
How you guys doing, man?
Doing
Not
good.
Not too shabby.
Doing
Ready to
good.
get going here on a Tuesday afternoon. Are your schedules as thrown off as I am? Schedule's completely
Yes.
thrown off every
Oh, yeah.
time, all day. Just being like, don't say Monday on the air. Don't say Monday on the air. It's Tuesday. That's what I've been trying to do for the last 4 hours. Nothing else. Just trying to do that. That's Chip showing where he's.
Yes, I'm jealous.
Um,
Not a bad place to be set up.
I gotta go get an umbrella drink, fellas.
There you go.
Oh, man. Look at this guy.
But hey, we'll be up bright and early at 7 a.m. tomorrow for a morning edition of Chip and Zay. We are swapping with Bucky and BK. So we will see you tomorrow morning at 7 a.m.
Shit.
Take it away, fellas.
Oh, that's perfect there for Zay. Come on, Zay. I had to do that for a while doing morning shows. Zay's done morning shows too. He knows. He knows
Is
that.
that like
waking up in
a-
the morning.
Is that like a permanent thing or just for tomorrow?
No, just for tomorrow. Just for tomorrow.
Okay.
I believe they'll be switching up. I don't know. I saw Brad 2 days ago. 3 days ago, and he did not mention it, so I don't think anything's changing. Welcome in to Open Gym here on Texas Sports Unfiltered on a Tuesday afternoon. Ready to get it going. I got it right. I nailed it. Just took me hours practicing to make sure we got it right. Myself, Patty Davis, alongside Matt Galatzan from Texas Longhorns on SI. SEC meetings taking place right now. We'll get into that. NBA playoffs, all the good stuff over the weekend. Matt, did you have a good Memorial Day weekend?
I did. I was just up in Dallas. My nephew graduated from high school, and then I just spent the rest of the weekend with my girlfriend doing Memorial Day things and, bopping around Dallas and having fun, eating good food and nothing crazy, just relaxing. How was yours?
It was good. We had a little party on Saturday, and it was a lot of fun, and I remember most of it. So it's a good time.
That's
And
always
then
good.
the last 2 days, I have been reminded that I'm in my 40s and just drinking water, because staying out in the sun drinking beer all day, dried me out. So I been drinking some water.
Yeah.
Trying to get back into
Yeah,
the game.
that'll happen.
But that happens, when you're having a good old time trying to pretend that you're not as old as you actually are, which is a bunch of us doing it. We had a good old time doing it. But let's get into it, Matt, on a Tuesday afternoon. Remember, everybody, the chat is open. The text line's open for you guys to join the conversation with us. But let's get into the SEC, the NCAA news, and everything that is coming down today, because that is what's all over all sports media right now, is all the conversations coming out of the SEC meetings with everybody, taking whatever they want to take out of it and changing it to follow a narrative or show that these guys are bad. It's an interesting poll right now for what these guys are doing. But what were your immediate takeaways from what we've seen from the day one of the SEC meetings?
Well, I think my favorite quote of the day was from Mike Elko saying that the Aggies went toe to toe with a college football and back and forth with a college football playoff semifinal team. But I a lot of the stuff that I focused on was from the coaches. It's just the content train for Texas Longhorns on SI kind of dictates most of that stuff more than the national things. I do think it's interesting what Ross Dellinger just reported. That I don't know if you've seen this yet. He literally just tweeted it a few minutes ago that Texas A&M is going to fully fund all 100, and they're going to have fully fund all positions and have a 150 player roster, if I saw that correctly. Yeah, they're going to fully fund every roster position, increasing its total scholarship allotment to more than 150 players, or by more than 150. According to AD Trev Alberts, the Aggies joined Tennessee, Clemson, and some others in completely scholarshiping each sport. So I think that that's a great thing. When you can be a university that really focuses on taking care of your players, no matter what sport they play.
Yeah.
I think that that's a good thing. I would expect a lot of other schools to follow suit as well. But it's there's so much happening at these SEC media, or like not even SEC. Just all of this stuff is it's a lot, and it's a lot to take in. I'd be interested to hear your thoughts as well. But I get kind of lost in the sauce on this stuff because there's so much flying left and right and back and forth and through the center that it's hard to keep track of. I focused on Sark today. I'll put it that way.
Yeah, Sark did have some conversations, but we'll start with one of the overlying conversations now in all of college football, which is the automatic qualifiers, because Greg Sankey took the stage today to talk some about automatic qualifiers, and it is the entire automatic qualifier conversation has gotten out of hand to a certain extent. There's part of me that just laughs of everybody who talks about the athletes ruining sports at times, and then you just want to point over to this and go like, this is just people on top trying to make sure that their jobs are safe because they're getting these minimum things. They're not trying to win everything. They're just trying to make sure their jobs are safe. And it's such it's like it's become clownish to a point for a lot of this. But I want to get your opinion on this. Anybody on the chat line as well about what you believe about the automatic qualifiers. And there are points to be made. The point that came out today is why do we even need them? We don't even need automatic qualifiers. We're the best. So we're going to put, if we take out automatic qualifiers, we'll have 7 in, and the rest of you might not even get it. Like I saw Boise State's AD came out and said that he wanted them to call the seating rule change the Boise State rule, which I have no idea what he means by that. Because yeah, you guys were in it and you lost. Is the rule because you lost and you sucked? Is that what it is, that you shouldn't have been there? So are you naming it because you were so bad? I don't get the flex in what you're trying to say here, that you got in on a seating system that we all agreed was wrong, and you guys proved that it was wrong, and that's why we wanted to change. I don't know what the flex was in this, but that was his comment, that he wanted to be called the Boise State rule. But why don't we just call it what it is? Yeah, we don't think y'all are as good as us rule. That's what it is. And it just is. There's so much money in football now, and there's more at the top, and the people at the top are spending that money, and they're going to have really good football teams. Now, sometimes I'm full having you in the conversation. I talked about this on Friday. I'm fully having you in. Some people don't even want you in. I'll say put you in there. That's fine. But at the same point, you don't get beneficial treatment because of that. And there isn't beneficial treatment to any conferences now. It's not like the SEC. If their best SEC team was ranked 5, they don't have a top 4 seed. That's fine. You don't deserve, but I'll tell you this, there's a more than likely chance that they'll have 2 or 3 of the top 4 seeds than if they have none. There's a better chance for 2 than none. So it's just seeing all that, the automatic qualifiers, that the Big 12 and the ACC are so pissed off because they're basically saying you're rigging it against us. And you go, well, not really, because you guys can't put 2 guys in the top 25. So what are we rigging against you? And I get, you could say in 10 years, this could get changed around, which I agree. That's why I'm not a huge fan of it all overall anyway, is that in 10 years, it could all change. Then change the rule in 10 years. It's like, why is this a binding thing for all the time when you keep changing it you're changing it basically every single offseason now. And everyone's acting like, well, if the balance of power shifts, we won't have any way to be able to change it. I'm like, I don't know if that's really the case.
Yeah, it really doesn't change anything, in my opinion. It'll change the seating, and that's about it. Like the idea that there's there's going to be that they're shifting the balance of power is kind of laughable to me, because the balance of power has already been shifted a long time ago to the SEC and the Big Ten.
Yeah.
So you're just allowing the best teams in college football to get into the tournament where they should be. There's no reason to have more than one ACC team in there when the highest ranked ACC team is in the top 15. You know, there's no reason to have a group of 5 team in there if the group of 5 team can't be ranked within that realm of the top 12. You know, the thing that I don't understand about these other conferences, and I get that they're trying to get more teams in so they can get more money, and that's the bottom line, and that's
Yes.
their whole, that's the whole uproar about this whole thing isn't about you're not being fair to our conference. It's not, you're not being fair to our kids. It's we want more money, so we want to have as many teams in the tournament as possible. So we want to finagle a way to get as many teams in as possible. And the reality of the situation is those teams aren't as good, so they shouldn't be in the tournament. So they changed it to the way that it should be. And the SEC, it might not be the best conference in college football in 10, 15 years. The Big Ten might fall off in 10 to 15 years, and the ACC might all of a sudden become a very good conference. The Big 12 might all of a sudden become a very good conference. And if you're just allowing, you know, let's say the Big 12 gets 2 automatic qualifiers. So who are you putting in, right? You're putting in the conference champion, probably, obviously. And then who else? Number 19 ranked, you know, Kansas State team. Should they be in the top 12 of the tournament? No, they shouldn't be. The top 12 teams should be the 12 best teams in the tournament, and that's the bottom line. And that's, you know, that's what the NCAA tournament in basketball is obviously much larger, so it's a different conversation. But if you put a cap on how many teams got into the NCAA tournament, what would happen? It would turn into terrible basketball, because there would be teams that are left out of it that should be in it, because, oh, we already got 10 SEC teams in there, so these other 4 teams who are better than the other 10 teams that we're putting in here aren't getting into the tournament. So it all sounds like, you know, they're trying to do what's best for their school and their programs and get everybody to an even playing field, but all they want is more money. And
and I mean, well, and I mean, the loosest argument, or I don't know, the main argument that I keep hearing is the concept of, for the SEC, it's scheduling non-conference games, and for a lot of other conferences, it's scheduling better non-conference. And they basically want a caveat put into the college football playoff. If we play harder games, like how a gymnast, they only judge your top and your worst, like they take your top and your worst off. Basically, everybody wants that. Hey, if we have one screw up game, just don't put it on there. Like if we get blown out in one game, can we not have that knock us out? That's what they want, which is the reason college football is great. The one reason that college football can be above so many other things is like because there's parity in every game. That's what makes that sport so special. And it's already taken some off. And now they're just really trying to whittle down to, if we lose 4 or 5 games, can we still get into the playoff if we think we're a best team? Like, we know we have talent on this team, so maybe if we get good later, but we lose like 3 non-conference, we're still good, right? Like, no, this is not how it works. You got to go again next year. And I think there's these teams that are saying, well, we spent $35 million, so this is our year. Because, you know, we spent 20 last year and 20 the year before. We're going to spend 30 this year. So if we don't make the playoff and we spend 30, we lost $10 million. So we really need to be, you know, approved that we're going to get in when we spend this money. Like, that's not how any of this works. This is not it's a bunch of, again, non-football people trying to make business decisions for football. And it really just makes everything awful and hard to watch. But like, you even look at the Big Ten and you look at, in the Big Ten, you go, okay, well, they've got Oregon, Ohio State, and Penn State are all going to be top 5, top 10 teams, right? All these teams should be in. And then what's that 4th team? Should they automatically be in? No. And if you even look at the SEC and you say, well, Georgia's going to get in, Alabama gets in, Texas gets in, and then there's a bunch of teams with 4 or 5 losses. Do they deserve a 4th? No. If you lose a bunch of games, you don't deserve to get in. You have to preserve, more than anything else in this, and I know this is what they're trying to kill, is you must preserve the fact that those games all matter. And We saw it shift very much last year, getting to the 12-team playoff, but I think it meant for more meaningful games down the stretch. So it was a little different, but there was still the meaningful games. If you kind of push this even further, that Texas A&M game doesn't matter one bit. Both teams get in. Screw it. Both teams get in. Why are we even playing? Both teams get in. Like, you know what I mean? Like, if you start pushing it to that level that both teams are going to get in these late season games because you have automatic qualifiers, I think that hurts the game a lot, and it hurts making these games matter so much more. I just don't like – look, for me personally, 0 automatic qualifiers. And you could say conference champions get in, or you could say, you know, if you want to say the top team from every conference gets in and the Power 5, I'm fine with that one for everybody. But more than that, go with the seeding. And if your seeding's wrong, change your seeding model. But, you know, if you don't like the way that people are voting, change who's voting. But don't change that every game matters, because it's the most crucial part of college football. Because once we get past that, it literally is who bought and sold the championship. Because if you can lose 4 games, but you spend enough to have a good roster, so you automatically get in, who cares anymore? Why watch the regular season?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I totally agree. And the point that you make about this being the most important aspect of college football, I think is hitting the nail right on the head. Because it is the only sport in American sports in which every single game you play matters. You can't take a day off. You can't, you know, you don't have like even the NFL, you play 17 games. If you have enough wins at the end of the season, if you've already won your division, you rest your players. You don't put players out there because that game doesn't matter. You can't have that in college football. It's what makes it, you're absolutely right. It's what makes it so special. If Texas went 11-0 and then decided, you know what, we have enough wins, we've already gotten into the SEC championship, we're just going to take off the Texas A&M game and start Trey Owens at quarterback and, you know, these freshmen at running back and all these backups, what do you think would happen? The entire college football world would absolutely melt down because they ruined the rivalry. But then these same people are going to turn around and say,
we're getting into arguments because we wouldn't let them move the date of the Ohio State game in May. We wouldn't let them make that change, and somehow that is too big of a thing. But you're right. You take that off, it's over. Like, what's the point if people start resting players?
Yeah, you turn into these. Everything about college football loses its luster if games stop mattering. And you know, the top 12 teams in college football, none of them should have 4 or 5 losses. None of them should probably have 3 losses. There will probably be some in there that end up having 3 losses because they played a wicked tough schedule and they lost to, you know, Georgia, Texas, and, you know, LSU or something like that. But if a team from the you know, Conference USA even exists anymore. If a team from the AAC loses 3 games, they shouldn't be in the conversation. I don't care if they spent $30 million in NIL. If Texas Tech, who spent as much money as anybody in America this offseason, has 3 losses in the Big 12, they should not be in the conversation. Yeah. You have to have a reason to play the football games, and the reason to play the football games is to win the football games. And if you take that away from college football, it's over.
No, and I mean, we saw it last year with Notre Dame. That Notre Dame played for a national championship last year, and we're all kind of trying to figure out why they were still able to do that. And you go, it's a new era, and so they're able to get away with playing the, you know, losing a game to what, Northern Iowa or Northern Illinois?
Northern Illinois, yeah.
They're able to lose that game, and somehow they're still able to make a college football champion. That old school football, they're not in the conversation, but because of the new world. So you say it's already gone far enough, guys. We've already changed the way this is so far. And the fact that you're looking at this now and trying to change it even more so. And I get that there's no trust between any one of these because people were stealing each other's, you know. I think the fact that the Big Ten basically took down the Pac-12 really just took any form of trust between them. Like, oh, they will eat us and we'll be out of a job if we don't fight for our things. But at a certain point, Where can we get back to what is best for the game and what is best for the student athletes? Because at this point, we do not care about either one of those things anymore. It is literally about schools making money. That's all we're talking about now. And it's a horrible conversation. I'm more on board. Give every conference gets a qualifier, every Power 4 does, and the group of 5 gets one. 5 automatic qualifiers, 12-game playoff or 12-team playoff. We don't need to go to 16. It's too many. There's not that many good teams. There's not that many teams who could be competing for a championship. I get that there's schools that are fighting for it because they're not good enough. They're not good enough. Texas wasn't good enough until a couple of years ago. Stop letting subpar become par. That's not okay. And that's all college football has been trying to do. And it's because TV wants to say, we can sell 14 things. We can sell 16 things. Give us more, give us more. And in the process, they're diluting everything and making everything a little bit worse to try and get this bigger pot. The long-term effects are going to be terrible. I don't know why they can't look more than 5 years down the road and go, oh, we're going to kill so much of what's entertaining about this game. And the TV rates are going to go down because no one's going to care about regular season games anymore because they don't matter. And people are not going to come out and go, why would I come out to a non-conference game? They literally don't matter anymore because we've taken that out. And why would I come out to play Mississippi State? Why? Doesn't matter. It literally doesn't matter. We could lose by 70 points. It wouldn't matter because we're not counting those anymore. It's just such a dumb way to look at it right now. I can't stand it. I know Greg Sankey's going out and trying to fight for the SEC. Stop fighting for 4 automatic qualifiers. If you're the SEC, you walk out and you say, no, none. Go with us. Tell me who's going to have the most if we do none. Tell me. And you all know it's us. So if you want to have one each, fine. But I'm fighting for none. 0. Not one automatic qualifier. Best 12 teams get in. And let's cut it down to 8. Y'all want to play hardball? Let's go that way. But I don't want to go to 4. I don't think the Big Ten should have 4. I don't think the Big Ten has 6 good teams. Like, I think the SEC has 8 to 10. You have like 6 good, 8, then some more like the Ole Miss, Tennessee. All those are good teams that in a year they get the right player at quarterback, the right player at running back. They are national championship. Like they could take that jump, right? I don't know if the Big Ten has those. Like Iowa's not a player away ever. Penn State was a player away. Penn State, and that's why they're in it. But in 3 years, Penn State's probably going to be back off again.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and look, I'm all for the conference champions get in. From the Power 4 conference champions automatic, that's fine. And if you want to give those teams a first-round bye, I guess you can. But outside of that, I don't even want the group of 12 to have an automatic qualifier. I want the group of 12, or the group of 5, or the group of 6 now, I guess it is. I don't want them to have an automatic qualifier. They should, if you're in the top 12, you get in. I mean, I'm of the opinion that 12 teams is too many already. Mm-hmm. I thought it was fine with 4. I think you could go to, you could lessen it, go to 10, 8, whatever the case may be, give, 2 schools a bye, and that's it. I don't know, but expanding it to 16 so that more bad teams can get in. I mean, if we look at last year's top 25, which I can pull up here in a second, you can tell me which one of these teams deserve to be in the college football playoff. And I guarantee you won't find any, like, let's look at it right now. You look at the top 16. Did Illinois deserve to be in the college football playoff at number 16? Iowa State?
No.
BYU?
No, because none of
Ole
those.
Miss at 10-3, like losing to Florida and Kentucky, they don't deserve to be in.
You talk about the Alabama. You're like, if Alabama doesn't lose at the end of the season, they're in. Fine. But you lost the game. That's why you're not in. You lost to A&M.
Exactly.
Like that's why you're not in. And I just more. Just don't get any automatic qualifiers. You guys don't need them. 12 is fine. 12 is plenty teams. You can go argue it every single year. The whining and crying of coaches because they don't want to get fired is the reason why these guys are not national championship coaches. And anyone who's going to sit around and complain because there's not 18 chances for you to get in, if I was an AD, I'd be like, we're not renewing his contract. Let's look for somebody else. Like this guy doesn't have a set. This guy only cares about making money. He doesn't care about making these players better. He doesn't care about anything because all he wants to do is make sure his job's safe. And that is a way to lose every single time. You have to put it all out on the line. And I just can't stand it. And it's everywhere prevalent now in college football. And it didn't used to be, but now everybody just wants to keep their job. And so they're like, man, get me in that college football playoffs once every 2 years. We'll all keep our jobs. We'll all be fat and happy. Screw the integrity of the game. Screw people having fun watching it. Screw everything about it's great about it. Let's just try and get in.
Well, you also have to find a way to incentivize these teams to play meaningful non-conference games as well. And if you look at Indiana, for example,
yeah,
they look like this all-world beating team, and they start off undefeated and get into the top 10 because they didn't play anybody. And then when you actually played a good football team, you were exposed as a bad football team.
Yeah.
And you have to find a way to combat that. And the only way to combat that is to schedule harder non-conference games, schedule tougher games just in general, maybe make the conference schedule more even across the conferences. I don't know how you do that, but at the end of the day, Indiana should not have been in the college football playoff because they played two good teams and they got dump trucked by two teams. And a team like Alabama, who goes 9-4, who played a much tougher schedule, should they have been in with 4 losses? No. But Ole Miss should have been in above Indiana. South Carolina should have been in above Indiana. Who else on here? Like Miami, I could argue should have been in there above Indiana because they played harder schedules and they were a better football team.
Yeah. No, it is. And that's the thing is if you want to really get into what they should be doing, they should be saying, let's make it for the toughest conferences, the toughest schedules have a massive head up in the polls. We're not talking about, so like if you play a really tough schedule, you can have 3 or 4 losses. If you don't, you can have one. That's it. 1 loss. That's your only shot to get in the playoffs. If you don't schedule anybody and you lose 2 games, tough. Figure it out. But we're going to weight this extremely heavily on schedule to try and get them to play more schedule. That way also, if you want to add another 9th conference game for the SEC, you know what? It's going to help your schedule. It's going to help that power to get more teams in because all of that will lift up the toughness of the schedule. So it could be another reason to do that. I just think there's a lot of ways you can look at this, a lot of ways you can fix it. And right now, this squabbling about the ACC and the Big Ten saying they want 4 automatic qualifiers might be the most asinine thing in the world. Even if they say they want 3, that's crazy because there's no way there was 3 ACC teams or 3 Big 12 teams than the last couple of years who could have competed. There just weren't. And, and that includes when Texas and Oklahoma were in there. There weren't 3 teams because Texas wasn't there yet. And so, it's nonsense to me right now of them all just trying to get this piece. No one is talking rationally about it. Hopefully, once we get past all this public stuff, they'll be able to go back into a room again and have a rational, real conversation where they're not trying to, look really strong in front of their bosses and everything. Maybe that's where we can get it. But right now, it is just awful. And there's another big piece that has come out during this SEC media and this SEC meetings that most of the coaches, namely Sark and Kirby Smart, are really, really big on is a transfer portal that they have both come out and are very, very big on the one transfer portal date. They both want it in January. And it falls into the problem that basically, once again, non-football things, these schools are saying, well, our accounting isn't done in January. So if you could do this in May, that would help us out in our accounting because that's when our school actually begins and ends. So you should be able to transfer in summer, basically. After spring, after everything, that's the one transfer portal date that they really want to have for the educators and are the actual schools. But the football coach, it's if you want to treat this, and if this is going to make the amount of money as a pro sport, we need to treat it more like a pro sport and not what it is of trying to pretend that we're still involved with these colleges as much as we are. And we should put this in January. We should put it to where the students can enter the transfer portal and actually enroll in the next semester after the season. And, then there's the smaller conferences and these smaller people that want it to be during the playoffs to basically hurt these schools that are in the playoffs and try and level a playing field somewhat, which is also somewhat asinine in my opinion, that you need to do that in a college sport. It's not pro sports. There doesn't need to be that kind of leveling. There can be other types of leveling, but trying to steal players off of championship teams just makes the game worse for everybody. So all of this, the transfer portal date now conversation has come up, and now we have to deal with, should there be one, should there be two, and is it too helpful to the powers that be if we let it be in January after everything already happens, after the championship game?
This is something that I think this multiple transfer portal thing, I think, is arguably the biggest problem with college football in general. There is no reason. It presents the top teams who are competing for a national championship with even more challenges when they have to go in and face, all these college football playoff teams. Like Texas loses valuable depth pieces off of their roster going into the college football playoff.
And
Georgia loses valuable pieces. Notre Dame loses. All these schools who are competing for a national championship lose valuable depth pieces to their roster because, we're going to do this right after the conference championship and right before the college football playoff. It makes no sense to me. It should be moved to the very end of January after the college football playoff is the entire season is done. After the college football playoff is over, you can enroll in, at the beginning of the semester, whatever. But these players should at least be made to stay on the roster until after the team's season is over. When your season is over, you can transfer. You can enter your name into the portal. You can withdraw. You can whatever you want to do. But or like I'm fine with May. I don't think that that's a problem either. But having multiple dates for this and having it ostensibly in the middle of the season because you play 12 regular season games. And then if you're a college football playoff team, you may have 5 or 6 games to go. I mean, that's right in the meat of your schedule. And then you're losing players off your roster. Like it doesn't make any sense to me. It's never made any sense to me. And you either have it right after the season is over in January, at the end of January, or you have it after the end of the spring semester in May. Those are the only two dates that should be realistically able to happen. Otherwise, it's just trying to hamstring these bigger programs who should be rewarded for having all these good players on their roster. You did the work. You brought these players here. They should be committed, via contract to play with your team through the end of the season. If they want to leave after that, fine. But there's absolutely no reason that, some of these other schools should be pushing for it to be in the middle of the college football playoff. It doesn't make any sense to me.
No, and I really think too, there's a certain amount of it too, where I always look at it and say, well, we need to make sure that, this is still somewhat about students and student athletes and like have it to where it is set up for really helping those people that the transfer portal originally should help, which is people that want to get a good education, that maybe are being held down because of where they're at, and maybe they can go somewhere else, but still get that education. So maybe not the stars, maybe not the people trying to, cash in on NIL, but people who are trying to actually move around. Maybe someone who has a degree wants to move around with a graduate degree. That I'm much more happy about doing. I get that's never going to be the case, but you should build it around that and have the rest of it be a unfortunate circumstance of it, not the other way around, where we're building it around right now, just around the players that are like, screw it, I want to go to a better school. Screw it, I want to get cash in on NIL. And it's really hurting the game once we get into the college football playoffs. I don't like that it's good for there. It should be at the end of the season. It should be in May. I get the May problem is that it screws you up with spring practice. There's no spring practice for you anymore because you pretty much get rid of spring and then do summer workouts, which is another thing they're talking about doing, is just adding in summer workouts instead, changing where it was, changing it more to the NFL model and saying, look, spring is dead. We're going to the transfer portal in May. As the season comes to an end, they can enter the transfer portal. And also you got to remember in the transfer portal for some of these guys, it's not like they can enter the transfer portal and stay where they're at. So they can't keep going to class if you're a quarterback at a school and you are going to class and then you transfer, you pretty much got to get out of there right away. You can't keep going because everyone hates your guts now because you're leaving the school high and dry. And it's just it's a weird overall experience. I'm with you. I think there's two places to do it. I like the May version of it as it makes the most sense, but I get why you want to have them in the program sooner. But still, you go, okay, well, that's a penalty of using transfers. That's a penalty of these programs now is you don't get a full year to get guys ready for the season. So maybe you want to keep your own guys a little bit more. Maybe you want to have those types of things. So you can't have this massive overhang of, a full 9 months to get people ready for it. You get 3 months, man. That's what you get. You get a few months to get everybody ready. I think that you could, I just don't, the way it is right now clearly doesn't work. The 2 transfer portals clearly doesn't work. I think you have to be able to find that middle ground somewhere in there. And if it's May and then moving practice, that to me makes way more sense than still just doing it 2 and having one during the middle of the playoffs.
Well, anything that forces teams in the college football playoff who are making the most money for the sport, which ipso facto should mean that they are your biggest priority, right? Anything that causes those teams to have to, recruit and do things other than prepare for the games in front of them should be barred. There should be no reason that Texas is fighting and not preparing for Ohio State because they have to focus on keeping, this defensive tackle in the program or this defensive back from transferring or whatever, and then going out and finding these other guys and forcing your coaches to, instead of prepare and watch game film for your college football playoff game, now you're having to go, do a visit with an offensive tackle that you earmarked in the transfer portal because you're going to have that position coming up because another guy's going to transfer and he already left you. Like, the NFL doesn't do that. If you want to make this game more like the NFL doesn't do that. The player just can't leave right before the playoff starts.
Yeah.
You're not going out and negotiating contracts with other players before the Super Bowl.
But I think it's more like you don't see the NFL where they go, hey, this team is not going to re-sign you, right? Like, they're not going to pay you what you want to get paid. They've already drafted somebody to be a replacement. So you're going to leave in free agency. Well, you can either try and win a Super Bowl or you can be a free agent. Those are your 2 choices. And that's kind of what happens now. Do you want to play for this team and not let down your teammates and not let down everything you worked for all year to maybe be a part of something really special, knowing that next year you're probably not going to be in the place you want to be? Or do you want to say, screw it, I have to look out for myself first, so I have to go in this transfer portal right now, even though it means leaving my friends behind, even though it means I don't get to be a part of this experience anymore because I decided to go somewhere else. It's just set up. It's set up by people. Again, it was set up by people saying this is the time to do it because this will make it work out cleanest for the administration. Not the program, not the kids, not anything else, not the good of the game. It's for the administration. And there's just a lot of things when you're talking about billions of dollars, you can make things work well enough. So you want to make sure the student athletes are taken care of. You want to make sure that they're able to get into schools in the proper time, but you also want to make sure you're not going to ruin the game to do it because someone just says, well, this is the way we've done it before, so we got to keep doing it. Even though there's now an expanded playoff. It seems like it's not that complicated of an issue. But I know there's the teams below. I think the teams below really like the 2 transfer portal window because they can attack in that space while they're in the college football playoffs, and they can try and pick apart and try and get some guys off of that team. And some of these teams that are not in it, they get to work ahead of time and maybe get a head start on their next season. But at the end of the day, this is not the way to make it a competitive sport. Is to say, well, you guys get a poach. It's not like there's an expansion draft in the NFL every year and the bottom teams get there. You go, no, you need to recruit better. You need to bring in better guys. And so eventually what you would end up doing is have a salary cap, and that would be the way to even the playing field. But that's not what we're talking about. We're just talking about poaching, and that's a way different way to look at it. I think May would probably make the most sense for everything. You look, I get it's not perfect for the football programs, but you also get to then, if people decide they want to get into it, maybe you can have people claim into it early, but they can't get picked up by another school. I don't know how to make that work, because I know there's some kids that just want to get off and go somewhere else, and that they're done with the program, that they didn't like the coaches or didn't like the experience. They want to go. I think you could tough it out at that school for another semester. But I mean, there's no perfect answer for it, but May probably makes the most sense.
Well, I think you also have to find a way to take some of the autonomy away from the players. Like, I'm all for players wanting to transfer and find a new opportunity, get more playing time, maximize their NIL value, whatever the case may be. But, and this problem is especially prevalent in college basketball, but you just have guys chasing NIL contracts at new schools every single year. And you have to find a way to de-incentivize that. And if you're going to do that, you have to, you put a cap on how many times you can transfer, or, you find a way to be like, okay, well, you can enter in May, but, after that, now you only have a certain amount of time to get into the program and get involved and, learn the playbook and get ready to go for the next season. You can't just leave whenever you feel like it, enter the portal, withdraw from the team and just sit there for a while and hurt the program that you're currently at because you just don't want to be there anymore.
Yeah.
I mean, you have to find a way to make this a more official binding deal than just, they didn't pay me what I thought I was worth in NIL, so I'm just going to bounce somewhere else.
Yeah.
Screw Texas A&M. They didn't pay me my NIL deal like they said they were going to. I'm going to go.
I will say, I think in May, you also get into the fact of these people understand the freshmen that are coming in about to take their job. Cool. All right. My job's gone. They're giving it to the freshmen. All right. I'm going to transfer out. I'm going to go somewhere I can play because I get that I've been passed by. And you may not know that in January as much as you know it in May. And so I just, that's probably where I put Roy. It says, if there would be a salary cap, would schools be able to trade players, and would there be a trade deadline? No, you can't trade players in college because they'd have to go to a different college, and that's wildly out there. I get basically a salary cap in college sports includes you can spend as much as the $25 million revenue sharing. You can spend that much. Anything outside of that is going over. Now there's all the loopholes because Quinn Ewers didn't get paid by the school. So you could still be able to get players and have NIL outside of the schools. It would be very hard to enforce. It'd be very hard to do any of that. But it wouldn't be so much of you signing the contracts players and having, an actual CBA or anything, because they don't want a collective bargaining agreement, because then it means the players have too much power. They definitely don't want that. So a lot of it is not quite like sports. The basic rule would be a school can only spend this much. If you can raise, right now you can raise $60 million, you can spend $60 million. But I think they want to get it more to where the school itself can't. And the schools want to do that too, because the schools don't want to spend any more money. They want it to go into, look, we'll get all these guys. Now we can use our donors to get money outside of us, but then we're not touching it. So we're a little bit better off in that sense. So I think that's more the line of it would be whatever the revenue sharing is, that's your max you can spend. You don't have to spend it, but that's where it is.
Well, I think that most of these players in May that are like, oh, these freshmen are going to come in and take my job. I mean, most of them know that by the end of December.
Yeah. Because
95% of players are signing their NLIs in the early signing period in December. So if you're a guy at the bottom of the roster and you're a defensive tackle who is fighting for your life with Texas, and then they go sign Justice Terry, you're like, all right, I already know that I'm gone. So that's one thing.
Yeah.
The other thing is they have to find a way to fix this whole issue with tampering, because it really has become the wild, wild west, where an agent or an NIL broker, whatever you want to call these guys. I hate calling them agents because most of them are not real agents anyway.
Yeah.
But whoever these guys are just going around, pushing they're pushing their player to go to another university, and then a coach from Tennessee can contact a player at UCLA and nothing happens. and it's happening, during the college football playoff or during conference championship time or during a key part of the season. And then these players are just like, okay, well, I don't want to be here anymore. I'm gonna go listen to these offers while their team is playing football games. And that is something that needs to change, maybe above everything else, because if you can just go out and tamper and pluck players from a championship roster because you're offering him a little bit more money than he's making there, then the whole thing becomes backwards. And that's exactly what's been happening, and they need to change it.
Yeah. And I mean, I think there's also somewhat of that what they want to have the salary cap, because you do get these reports that are Texas is spending $40 million, and then Texas goes, we're not. And you can just say that now, and it's not a thing. Sark came out today and said that was a bit of irresponsible reporting, and that he does wish he had about $15 million more dollars. So he was trying to set it around $25 million is what they're spending with their budget, because he said he'd love that $40 million. We'd be a better team if we did, but we don't have $40 million that we're spending. So it's, I think that there's just so many pieces to it now that they're trying to figure out in these SEC meetings. I'm sure it's really hard for every other sport other than football right now to be in those meetings. And it's like, yeah, what about us? Like, shut up. We got real stuff to handle real quick. So I'm not sure. I know Sean Miller's out there as well. I'm not sure how much basketball they're actually getting done in these SEC meetings, because it is the college football playoffs are really taking the transfer portal, the college football playoffs, all that is really taking the lead in the SEC meetings, because it is at this point, the future, the next couple of years. And I also love, they keep acting like everything is like, we're going to set it and then forget it. And it'll be this, like, there's not a chance in today's world that this is going to last more than 2 or 3 years, because you have to touch everything every 2 to 3 years, because some other team comes up and has to be part of it and has to be this big, they have to now raise a stink, and some other coach or some scenario happens that's 1 in a million, and they go, well, this is going to happen a million more. No, it's not. Why? Again, the fact that I always bring up Northern Illinois beating Notre Dame and Notre Dame playing for a national championship should tell you that is more likely a scenario than you being such a great team and losing some conference games and losing 3 games, and all we still deserve to be there. I just don't, the way that people frame these things, that they're always the victim in it, is frustrating when you're trying to put it together. I get Texas is at the top now, but I could have told you this 5 years ago when Texas was not the top. If you're not playing at that level, you don't deserve to be in that conversation. I didn't want Texas to be in it when we were playing before, that we wouldn't have a chance. There was too many rosters we had. We wouldn't have had a chance because we couldn't compete in the Big 12. We definitely weren't going to be competing for a national championship. So it is what it is. But at the end of the day, I hope they can figure out a lot of this stuff and, at least get a common thread coming out of SEC meetings so that they maybe will feel a little bit better about things going forward.
Yeah, and there's so much complaining about it every single year. Like, since the first 4-team college football playoff, there's been complaints.
Yep.
Complaint every single offseason. Do you guys want to go back to the BCS? Did we forget how terrible that was? The fact that Texas loses 1 game late in the season and they get passed by Oklahoma because what? Because Texas loses to Texas Tech, but Texas beats Oklahoma, but Oklahoma beats Texas Tech, and now that somehow means that Oklahoma is going to a Big 12 title and then to the national champion. I mean, like, what are we doing? Why are we complaining? It's getting out of hand, man. It's driving me crazy. Like this, everybody knew this was going to happen with the college football playoff. That there's it's like if you give a mouse a cookie, he's going to want a glass of milk.
Yeah,
that's what's kind of become. And now this is going to be a conversation every offseason for as long as college football exists now, about how we need to make this change, we need to go do this change, and this is what's going to happen here. And now, well, this isn't right because Boise State didn't get in because there was too many power teams in there. It's like, I'm just tired of it already, man. It's getting to be too much.
It is. And yeah, I did love the point too. It was like, no one cared that Texas or that the SEC just dominated the baseball seeding going into the tournament. Everyone's like, yeah, no, they're the best conference. We're okay with it.
Because there's not as much money in baseball as there is in football.
No, and so you're like, this isn't about what's right for the game, because you all agree the RPI and everything worked out just fine for baseball. We all agree the top teams are where they need to be, and everybody's can go has a chance to go prove it in this. But for some reason, we get in, teams that are, the third team in the ACC. Like, is that team really? You want to have one game and get blown out by 35 points, and then one in every 10 years, somebody wins one of those games, and you go, see, I told you, we got one, and that's all we needed. Out of 30 games, we got one. So we're clearly, this is the right thing to do. And you go, well, 29 and we're wrong. No, but that one wild one we got right. That's what they're aiming for. It just seems wrong. It's, again, just get rid of all the automatic qualifiers. You can't win. That's part of the problem. Conferences should be in there to be for the rivalries, for the games to make them more interesting. I get the ACC's already kind of screwed that up by, adding in the Pac-12. The Big Ten did a little bit too. The SEC still feels like a conference. The Big 12 still feels pretty much like a conference, that everyone's close enough that there isn't a massive divide in some of these games where you're not flying completely across the country to go to play these games. So for the most part, you want conference play to be something that matters within your own area. And then the national playoff should be the best teams out of all of that get together, but it shouldn't be an automatic seeding. There doesn't need to be automatic qualifiers. We don't need to have a transfer portal during the middle of it. None of this seems that complicated, but everyone's going to try and get their money and screw the game. Let's try and get our money.
Yeah, and next thing you know, people are going to be banging their hand on the table for play-in games.
Oh, yeah. We got to add those in, man.
Yeah, 16-team playoff, the bottom four teams play in to get in. It's like, dude.
Look, these kids can play 35 games, right? We haven't seen that backfire in every other sport that we added more games to, that we're just breaking these kids down because we're just going to try and profit off of their backs as much as humanly possible before we send them off and go, oh, did we ruin your NFL career? That's too bad. I'm sorry about that. I'm glad we made all your money, though.
The NBA would be so much more interesting, and every single player would be happy if they played 41 games a season.
They play 60 games.
Yeah,
take like 20, 22 games.
82 is too much. Every baseball player in the world would be happy if they could play 100 games.
Yeah.
But no, we got to maximize as much off of you as we possibly can, and that's what this is turning into.
All right, let's take a quick break. When we come back, I want to get into this PFF best running back duo combos, best running back room combos that they put out in college football, because Texas is on the list. We maybe talk a little bit about Texas baseball as well, as their regional has been announced. We'll get into some NFL talk as well, some NBA talk too, as we continue on here on Open Gym here on a Tuesday afternoon show. First day of the week, Overreaction Tuesday, but a Tuesday here on Open Gym on Texas Sports Unfiltered.
At Sleep Cycle Center, we can treat your sleep apnea in various ways. My story starts 15 years ago with the loss of my father to undiagnosed, untreated sleep apnea. And this is a very preventable disease, and treatment options are various. Millions of people across America have sleep apnea, and they fail to realize the early warning signs. Fatigue, daytime sleepiness, and snoring are the most common signs. We'll find the best solution using advanced technology, oral and epigenetic appliances, or CPAP. We offer weight loss, oral surgery, and laser treatments. Schedule your appointment today and get your sleep evaluation.
If you're looking to remodel a kitchen, renovate your bathroom, or maybe add some new life to your outdoor space, reach out to our friends at McCall Custom Homes. They are custom home builders and renovators here in Central Texas, and they've been doing it in Central Texas for more than 40 years. It's a father-son team with a ton of experience, and all of that experience is here in the Austin area. So they know what it takes to turn an Austin area home into something truly, truly special. Right now, our friends at McCall Custom Homes are offering free estimates to TSU listeners, so they can come out to your place, hear your vision, they can tell you what they can do, and then you can go from there. Don't just take my word for it. Check out their website, McCallCustomHomesATX.com. Look at the gallery of jobs they've done over the last 4 decades. And then when you're ready, again, reach out to them and they will come to you. McCallCustomHomesATX.com, or you can call or text Mike McCall directly at 512-633-9580. It's McCall Custom Homes. We build value into your home.
Hi, everyone. This is Tom McKay, owner of Audiovisual Consultations. We've been serving and assisting customers in the Texas area.
I think I got this by now, old man. This is Camilla McKay, Audiovisual's social media and website manager. Our company has been helping you sit back and relax for the last 37 years. We come to you, and we're the kind of workers you want in your home. We give you all the advice at a great price, and we do a lot more than just audiovisual systems. We have employees capable of performing services like electrical contracting, heated floors, motorized shades. Am I forgetting anything, old man?
Yeah, we do surveillance systems, controlled lighting systems, and landscape lighting, computer networks, multi-room audio systems, and of course, we install some really cool theaters.
I had a feeling you were going to say that last one.
Now, am I forgetting anything?
Only this. Remember to hug your kids, laugh with strangers, and make love to whoever the hell you want.
So give us a call at 512-255-8678.
Or visit us online at avconsultations.com.
That's 512-255-8678.
Back here on Open Gym on Texas Sports Unfiltered on a Tuesday afternoon, having a good time. Appreciate you guys joining us in the chat on the text line. Appreciate you having you guys with us. But let's get into a little conversation here about the PFF put out the top 10 running back units entering the 2025 college football season there, Matt. And let's get I want to get your opinion on if you think this list is up to snuff. PFF usually does a pretty good job, but sometimes PFF grades their things and takes some weird leaps of logic on some things where all of a sudden they'll grade somebody everybody thinks is really good, and they'll be like, no, he's like the 17th best player. Like, how did you get those numbers? Like, well, you see, one time he stumbled and that gave him a -20. So now he will never be good again. I just don't know how they do the rankings sometimes. But looking at their position rankings of rooms, starting off, no real surprise, Penn State. It's one of the main reasons. I know Drew Aller coming back is a big reason, but one of the big reasons why they are on the list of top contenders for a national title this year. Nicholas Singleton, Katron Allen are both returning back, seniors there. They're going to look really good. They had a huge season last year. It leads you to believe they're going to do it again. The Big Ten does have a lot of teams that rely on the running game, and Penn State is probably one of the top ones of those. We saw Ohio State do really well with a dual back setup last year. We know that Michigan did it a couple of years before that. Could this be Penn State's year to push ahead with the running back room?
Yeah, I mean, these guys are as good as it gets. Katron Allen and Nicholas Singleton are both extremely elite players. I don't think that there's another combo in college football that can really touch that. I think if you look at it in terms of a top 10 list, they're certainly number one, but you could, if you put it into tiers, it would be, okay, there's the Penn State tier, and then there's the second tier, and then there's the third tier. So the Ohio State did a tremendous job with Travion Henderson and Quinshon Judkins. Michigan did a tremendous job the year before with Blake Corum and Donovan Edwards. I don't know that this tandem is at that level, but it's certainly extremely elite. It's going to give them a major leg up in the Big Ten. Just being able to take that pressure off of Drew Aller with the running game is so huge. I don't see another team even coming close to this on this ranking. So this is my problem with top 10 lists in general, is because I think they should be broken into tiers. Yeah. But this is certainly the most elite combo in college football. I don't think it's close.
Yeah, because then we go down to number 2, and this is a little bit where we'll see where we rank everything. But number 2 is Notre Dame. Notre Dame isn't necessarily a room that is all great. Now, they do have some other guys. They do have true freshman Nolan James, who's number 15 in 2025. The number 9 running back recruit in the 2024 class, Cadron Young. They also got Aeneas Williams, who was pretty good last year as a rookie or as a freshman. They also have Jadarian Price, who's a number 2 option. But the big one in there is Jeremiah Love. Jeremiah Love, that is probably going into the season considered to be the best running back in college football going in. Now, we always know people think whoever the best is could change, and it will change, especially in college football. You just don't know who's going to have the right system around them, the right players around them. Offensive line is so big in all of these things as well, and that changes year to year. But Notre Dame coming in at number 2, basically really on the back of Jeremiah Love.
Yeah, I mean, and this is again to your point. It's basically just a really good guy and a bunch of dudes who are pretty talented but haven't really proven anything. I mean, Aeneas Williams is one thing, but listing recruits on there I think is kind of a cheat. But Jeremiah Love is the real deal. All these 2026 way too early mock drafts have him as the first running back taken, and a lot of them have him going to the Dallas Cowboys, and I pray to God that happens. But since it's appearing on way too early mock drafts, I know the Cowboys are going to see it and be like, nope, we're not doing that.
Nope.
But Jeremiah
There's an
Love
offensive
is
lineman we like.
or a defensive tackle out of Michigan. But Jeremiah Love certainly deserves his flowers. He was the heart and soul of that Notre Dame team, and I expect him to have another big year because Notre Dame picks whatever schedule they want to pick, and he's probably going to have a really big year and be in the Heisman conversation. But I mean, he certainly deserves to be up there, and it makes their room is a little top heavy, but it's a good one for sure.
So number 3 is where our Texas Longhorns come in, and it's kind of the opposite of the Jeremiah Love ranking, because they're like, they didn't have anyone in their PFF top 10 on this Texas roster, but it is still loaded. And so there may not be the top heavy side of it. Now there may be, because if CJ Baxter turns out to be what we thought CJ Baxter was going to be, then all of a sudden that changes the conversation. If Trey Wisner takes another step forward and can, kind of Gunnar Helm himself, and he did so many things well, but if he can kind of turn some things maybe a little bit closer to being elite and ability to play at that next level, then you have 2 guys now that could be starters in the NFL if they both progress and get to where they need to be. That's also Jared Gibson. There's also Christian Clark, who we keep hearing really good things about. James Simon, the freshman that just came in, could also get some carries as well. But that's a pretty good room that you have right there. We know Sark uses running backs well too. This one falls into the same rules of others, though. We got to see what this offensive line is. We know we've seen this offensive line be really, really good at protecting the quarterback. They maybe weren't the best power pushing offensive line that Texas has had. You got a new lineup in there. If Kyle Flood can get these guys to get a little bit more angry and push around and maybe get a little bit better in the red zone, maybe get a little bit better at the goal line, then all of a sudden that running back room seems so much better, because you're talking about 5-6 more touchdowns next season going to that running back room. If you all of a sudden allow yourself to be able to run the ball in from the 1 yard line, as opposed to always having to throw it because you just don't have that push. So what the offensive line does is going to matter about how this kind of looks at the end of the season. But Texas coming in at 3 without a top 10 back should tell you there is still a spoil of riches.
Yeah, there's definitely a spoil of riches, and they're as talented as any room in the country, not named Penn State, in my opinion. The problem is, I think you're right with the offensive line. I mean, there were so many instances last season with Texas when they would face Georgia or Ohio State where the running game would just flat up disappear for long periods of time. I mean, you'd put more pressure on Quinn Ewers to make throws because you couldn't, instead of being in 2nd and 6 or 3rd and 2, you're in 2nd and 9 or 3rd and 8, and that was a huge problem for this last year, which is. Is as talented as this room is, it gives me a little bit of pause because, what exactly changed, right? You're getting CJ Baxter back, which is huge.
Yeah.
But he's coming off of an injury. Outside of that, you're replacing 3/5 of your offensive line. You're losing a really good running back at Jade Blue. You had some serious fumble issues last season. So it certainly speaks to the talent of the Texas running back room. I'm not sure I'm prepared to put them this high on this list just because there's so many unknowns there. I mean, you take Trey Wisner off the list, and then you look at it from a macro level or from an outside perspective. You've got a guy coming off an ACL injury. You got a guy in Jarrett Gibson who's super talented but couldn't hold on to the football either last year, and then a bunch of guys who've never played before. So it's an interesting place to put them. I'm not sure I have them that high, but the upside is huge for them.
Yeah, and I mean, Chad Scott being the new running back coach as well, seeing what he can bring to this room and the running back room. There's just a lot going on in that running back room. But I'm always glad to see when other people kind of agree with us that Texas is got a loaded room. And the fact that they didn't just say, well, we're going to give it because we think CJ Baxter is going to be great. It was more based on we know what Trey Wisner can do. And then there's so much other potential in that room that even if you say one of those guys turns out to be a really good back, you would assume maybe two, maybe in three could be a really good backs, but at least one will most likely be another guy that you just see and go, oh man, this is special. Number 4 on this list is Louisville. We remember Louisville in 2023 had Jawar Jordan and Isaac Garindo. So 2 really good running backs there. They're both playing in the NFL right now. But now they're a little bit younger. They had 2 top 40 running back recruits coming out of high school. Isaac Brown ran for 1,168 yards last year and 7.2 yards per carry. And then Duke Watson didn't have the same amount of carries, but 8.7 yards per carry. They were just picking up chunk yardage last season, really getting big runs for Louisville. That system is really designed to get them some bigger space and some big runs. So Louisville coming in, maybe a little bit of surprise there on your list at number 4.
Yeah, I mean, star talent wise, in terms of like recruiting stars, it's not the biggest or the best room. But those guys are obviously super talented. It helps that they're playing in the ACC a little bit, I think. But the fact of the matter is that team knows how to run the football, and they've got 2 guys who are super productive. I'd probably rank them ahead of Texas on this list just because they have 2 guys who prove that they can run the football and not fumble and stay healthy. But you know, it's a really good room, and it's going to give them a chance to compete in the ACC, and I think they deserve to be there for sure.
All right, number 5 coming in, Texas A&M. This is where, you know, we're another tier completely, right? We're like 4 tiers down to get to Texas A&M. Le'Veon Moss had his junior season cut off after 9 games, but was playing really well. Amari Daniels is back for his redshirt senior year after posting 661 rushing yards in 2024. Reuben Owens also had an injury, wasn't able to play, but was the number 3 running back recruit in the 2023 class. And then E.J. Smith coming in as well. E.J. Smith coming from a good bloodline there for running backs. Emmitt Smith's kid. So a lot of good players on this A&M team as well. Some of those guys had some injuries that they're dealing with, trying to come back from. But where do you put this A&M running back class?
I mean, I think that they're a top 3 running back room in college football. I think it's the strength of their offense for sure. Le'Veon Moss was the best running back in the ACC in the SEC until he got hurt. And Reuben Owens is super talented as well. Amari Daniels carried the load after Moss went down and before Owens was able to come back super late in the season. The issue is, again, that you can pick apart with this list is that 2 of these guys are coming off of injury plague seasons. One of them, when he was the starter, wasn't this all-world beater guy. He was just a good role player. I believe E.J. Smith is going to be gone next season, so you're losing that. But they're bringing in a couple other guys regardless, and who are pretty good football players. I think if Le'Veon Moss can return to form from before his injury, it was a really nasty injury. But if he can return to form and Reuben Owens finally lives up to the hype and becomes the player that everybody expects him to be, you know, they could be a serious contender for one of the best running back rooms in the country. But, you know, can they block for these guys? They struggled to run block at points last year. And, you know, their quarterback is going to help. Their quarterback is going to help a lot. Marcel Reed can also run the football and kind of open things up for them. They love to do, you know, the zone read kind of stuff with him and keep defenses guessing. So if they can put it all together, absolutely. In my opinion, just talent wise, I think they should be a little bit higher on this list, but you know, the injuries are a concern for sure.
Then 6 and 7 are Oregon and Oklahoma. Both of them are because of the transfers they brought in. Mekhi Hughes for Oregon out of Tulane and Jay Knott out of California. Falling at 6 and 7. Again, this is basically they just brought in really good transfers into programs that are supposed to make them better for Oregon and Oklahoma.
Yeah, and I think this is probably a good spot for them just because we don't know what it's going to be. I'm a little bit more confident in Mekhi Hughes than Jay Knott. just because Jaden Ott had that injury in 2024, and didn't have the year that everybody expected him to have. So, I mean, this seems about right at this point. On this list, you're just kind of splitting hairs. Like,
Yes.
okay, these guys brought in a really good transfer, so we think they're going to be better. I think Oklahoma could potentially be higher, just because I think they have a lot of talent behind Jaden Ott. I'm not an Oregon aficionado. I try not to pay attention to Oregon, as a matter of fact, because they play so many late games. But but both of them should be on the list somewhere. It's just a matter of picking and choosing the right spot. I think Oklahoma should be a little higher than Texas, probably, just based on the talent. But maybe I'm wrong.
Finally, last one we'll get to is Georgia. Nate Frazier, we know, played pretty well for some games last year, not as well in some others. They also picked up Josh McCray from Illinois. They got some Cash Jones, the redshirt senior, was really good receiving back for them. They also have a lot of younger players on this roster as well. It's Georgia. They recruit well. What do you think about this Georgia running back room?
Man, Georgia's running back room is a lot like it has become a lot like Alabama's running back rooms used to be. Where, yeah, we're sending a couple guys to the NFL, but all of a sudden we've got 2 more guys who are going to rush for 1,000 yards and be absolute dominant players and make their way into the NFL. I think that's going to be the case for Georgia this year. I know that Nate Frazier is going to be at the top of that, but it's whoever falls in behind him is more than likely going to be a very good player in terms of the guys they recruited. I mean, they do not miss on recruits very often, so it should be no surprise that they got 4 or 5 guys waiting in the wings to kind of emerge. So I expect that to be the case again this year, and they'll run the football as well as Georgia always runs the football, which is really damn good.
There you go. All right. That was some of our PFF's list of the top 10. If you want to see the other schools they had on there, 9 was Minnesota, 10 was Baylor, and then an honorable mention for LSU. But a decent list there as we start to get down. It does start to get a little bit into splitting hairs. And this guy, we think this guy will be pretty good. He had an okay season, so we kind of peter out there at the end. But a decent list there from PFF. And nice to see Texas getting a little bit of love. Always appreciate making sure that we're not just completely insane when we're hyping up this Texas team. Because, we're getting other side of it is that we're overhyping things. We're overhyping it.
Arch Manning is the most overhyped player in the history of college football, if you ask national analysts these days.
Well, and you know who overhyped him though, right?
National
analyst. Yeah. So it's kind of feeding itself at this point. They just walk around and they go, this guy, everybody thinks he's going to be the greatest ever. And then they go, who thinks he's going to be the greatest ever? Like, didn't you say that 2 weeks ago? I mean, we're just ready. We just want to watch him play here at Texas. We think he's going to be pretty good because we've watched him play, but I mean, I don't know if it gets too crazy. You guys were the ones who touted him as the next greatest thing of all time. I remember last year trying to tell people, guys, he's going to need a little bit of time to get there, but he's going to be really good when he does. And you guys touted him as like, he's not going to need any time at all. He'll be the greatest. And now you're saying, whoever said that's stupid. I feel like it's all that. It's all the mainstream spaces that are just trying to, hype it up a little bit more.
Yeah, like guys like Greg McElroy last year, and many other national analysts saying Arch should start over Quinn right now. It would be a better football team. But then Greg McElroy comes out last week and is like, star ratings don't make who you are. You need to produce on the field, and Arch might be Jackson Arnold or Brock Vandegrift. They were 5 stars. How did that work out for Kentucky and Oklahoma? It's like, can we just find something else to talk about? Just be consistent in your takes. Just be consistent. That's all I want.
All right, let's talk a little NBA. The playoffs been happening over the week in the Western Conference, Eastern Conference Finals. Last night, we saw the Western Conference Finals have its first good game of the season. All right, first good game of the series. It went back and forth where OKC blew out Minnesota twice. Minnesota then came out and blew out OKC, which I really did not see happening. I was pretty sure that OKC was just going to sweep this series, and if not, it was going to be a close game. But for whatever reason, OKC just didn't show up, and Minnesota got everything rolling. Last night, you felt like it was a little bit more of a competition. OKC get to 128 to 126 win in the game. But your big piece that you see here is the two big names for Minnesota backed off, and the aggression was left again. They only had 20 shots in between them. Now, in the reality of all of it said, Minnesota has to play defense. I get you put up 126. You're not going to win a lot of games when the other team scores 128. There was a ton of free throws down the stretch. First and foremost, if everyone keeps changing, we're talking about rules for flopping and all this other stuff. First rule I change. If you have a lead in the final 2 minutes, you can't foul. Like, you can't intentionally foul.
I like that.
We're getting rid of it. Play defense. It sucked. It sucked watching a really good game come down to free throws at the end of the game. It was 100% why we hate OKC shoved into your face on the one good game we've got in this series. It was so bad to watch because it was like, oh man, and everyone's tuning in and everyone turns on their TV who didn't have it on because it was been a boring series, and that's what they get to watch at the end of it because Dagnall's too much of a wimp to go try and play it out, which play it out. Most time it'll be okay. And if it isn't, then, you make sports history and all of us are happier for it. But I'd change the rule just to get rid of it. It sucks. I get why you do it. I get the concept of it, but it's analytics in basketball. And the more we can force analytics out of basketball, the more we all enjoy basketball. But it's too simple of a game to have mathematicians be able to just choose and pick and choose what we do because it just really ruins it. And that's what happens with that crap. The book says foul them. Oh, I hate the book. So we saw that, but the reality was they couldn't get a stop down the stretch. If they could have got a stop anywhere in that last 4 minutes, they had a much better shot in this game. Jaden McDaniels had a good game, 9-15. And the bench, this was a really bench game for Minnesota that came in and kind of when OKC let their foot off the gas a little bit, thinking they were probably going to get away with another big win. The bench came in and really lit it up. Naz Reid had 11. Dante DiVincenzo had his best game at 21. Nickel Alexander Walker, he ends up with 23 points. Terrence Shannon Jr. even gets 9 points off the bench. So this bench scoring was way, way better than it's been all series, but still too much for OKC. SGA with 40. Jalen Williams with 34. Chet Holmgren showed up, played some big minutes at 21 as well. Rudy Gobert played decently in this game, but again, you were just missing Anthony Edwards and Julius Randle. They just disappeared again in the aggressiveness. And if they're not being aggressive offensively, it means their defense is going to fall off. And I get they're trying to get other people involved, and I get all of those things. But if they're not being aggressive offensively and trying to get some buckets, the mojo's gone. And if the mojo's gone, the defense isn't going to be there, and they're going to score 128 points on you.
Yeah, I think my favorite thing that came out of the game last night was how Doris Burke called SGA a free throw merchant live on air. That was one of my favorite things. But the bottom line for Minnesota is, first of all, Mike Conley needs to retire. That's one thing. He has done nothing in this series for them whatsoever, and not much in the playoffs in general. So get him out of there. But if you're in Minnesota, you can't have three guys on your team equally or outscoring your two best players. You're not going to win that way. Anthony Edwards had 16. Julius Randle had 5, so that's 21. Jaden McDaniels had 22. Dante DiVincenzo had 21. Alexander Walker had 23. I mean, that you need your stars to propel you to a win, and
Yes.
you need them to be aggressive. You need them to take over the game. And this is the knock against Anthony Edwards, man. I mean, he just disappears sometimes in these huge games, and he talks this big game, and he comes out and he talks all this crap when it's LeBron and Luka, and he's the camera's focused on him, and he's putting up 30 points. But then in a game that you absolutely have to have, in the biggest game you've played all season, the Western Conference Finals, you come out and you shoot 5 of 13, you have 16 points.
Well, and let's throw in some other numbers in this. That is where we fall. He had 6 assists, 5 turnovers. Julius Randle, 3 assists, 5 turnovers. That's where it also gets really bad, because now you're not, it's one thing if you go, well, we had 14 points, but I had 15 assists and 1 turnover. But if you're turning the ball over and not connecting on passes that are immediately turning into buckets, then you're not being the effective you need to be.
Yeah, no, I totally agree with you, and accept responsibility at the end of the game. Zay talked about this a little bit at the end of Chip and Zay. I mean, him coming out and saying, "I made all the right basketball plays down the stretch," and then you have 5 turnovers. No, you didn't. Just
Yeah,
accept
no,
that accept that you did not play the best game you could have possibly played, and take responsibility for it. And I would have felt a lot better about what he said, but he's not getting it done, man. And he's supposed to be the best player on your team. He's supposed to be the second best player in the series. He's not playing like it. He's getting outplayed by Jaden McDaniels and Dante DiVincenzo and Nikhil Alexander Walker. That should never happen.
No. And I mean, it's just the aggression. You need to lead your team. It doesn't feel like there's just no juice in this Minnesota team. Again, they were built to beat Denver, and they want to beat Golden State, and they want to beat Denver. And now there's a new threat in OKC, and they are not built at all to deal with it. Mike Conley is a perfect example of a guy who's not built to deal with OKC in this team, in this what this offseason has become, and this postseason has become. They're going to have to rebuild some things. Now, granted, this could be a bad sign for Minnesota as well when they have to rebuild, because we know they have new ownership that doesn't really want to spend a ton of money. And I don't know what they're going to end up trying to do with this team after the fact, but it does. I mean, you saw them be able to get the big win over OKC. You didn't really necessarily put that into context and think this was going to be a long-term solution. But when they have a close game like this, and it's just still like it was a good game and close, and it wasn't the guys who were supposed to be leading it. It felt like the rest of Minnesota was trying to step up and get something done, even though Anthony Edwards wasn't getting it done. And shout out, no, that's my man Will down there. He says Jordan was great. He's much more of a free throw merchant. You couldn't breathe on him. SGA doing his thing. Look, every great player is somewhat of a free throw merchant. SGA just does it a lot. He's a pretty boring player. Tim Duncan was too. But in today's era, he plays like James Harden. He plays like Trae Young. All those guys are free throw merchants. The name sticks. I'm not saying he shouldn't have won MVP or anything else. He just is a free throw merchant also. If you're playing the video game and there's like a little tag, his would be free throw merchant, because he draws fouls. Like, there's just a bunch of them in there. That's what he does. And that's like, it's within the rules, but he is that guy. So no, but I think after you watch this game, it really does feel like this is now a series that, I mean, you're hoping Anthony Edwards and Julius Randle can get you one more game. That those guys show up again and really try and put their best foot forward and try and get you a big win, or try and get you something to fight in there, get your rest of your team pumped up and ready to go. But this feels like we're so far away from Anthony Edwards giving a halftime speech to rally his team. Like, doesn't it feel like we're so far away from that game? Yeah, because it just doesn't. I'm sure in the locker room he's trying to do these pieces and trying to get teams going, but right now it doesn't feel like it's going to happen.
No, I don't think it's going to happen. I think this series is over. It's just, and last night's game just sealed it. I can't really think of a scenario in which Minnesota can come back from this in any sense. If Anthony Edwards isn't going to come out and score, 40 points or 35 points, and Julius Randle comes out and scores, 25 to 30 points, and they're both super efficient, Oklahoma City's just going to beat you down. They're just going to play really good basketball. They're going to wear you down. And that's what they've been doing this entire playoff.
Then tonight we will get another matchup in the Eastern Conference Finals, which has been a much more entertaining Eastern Conference Finals. Those teams have played now a few times. We saw the Pacers pull out another big win on Friday night, actually. The Pacers were able to get a 114-109 win on Friday night. And you thought maybe this series could be, a sweep, maybe? There was just no answer for the Knicks. They go back to Indianapolis. They get the mojo going, and they get a 106-100 win. They finally got things going the way they needed to. Indiana shot 20% from three. That's a big piece of it. You're able to slow down that three-point shooting because really that's been kind of the Achilles heel of New York, is they've been allowing them to shoot too many threes and they've just been killing them. The fact that they shot 20% from three and you only won by 6 is not a great sign. You would have liked to win that one by a lot more because you feel you finally got that opportunity to get a big win against them. But Jalen Brunson with 23 in that game. Karl Anthony Towns plays pretty good again, 24 in that game and 15 rebounds. But this is still the perimeter defense for a team with OG Anunoby and Mikal Bridges, who are 2 great perimeter defenders. You have to be able to stop those 3-pointers because that is how Indy's been beating you week after week or game after game. And now you're in the position of, if they shoot well again, you're down 3-1. We know Tyrese Halliburton's dad's back at the game. Be up in a suite, but he'll be back at the game. So you get that juice coming back into you. But in all reality, you won by 6 points when they shot 5 of 25 from 3. That's scary if they shoot, because if they shoot, 12 of 25, which is not even as good as they've been shooting, all of a sudden, you're losing.
Yeah, there is something to be said that, maybe they figured out a formula to slow down Indiana. And if they can pick things offensively up themselves, they were only 11 for 32 from 3 themselves. So if they could shoot a little bit better and they can continue to slow down Indiana on the perimeter, then I think they'll have a much better chance. They certainly have a better chance than Minnesota does right now. I'll tell you that. And Jalen Brunson isn't going to go 6 of 18 every night in the series either. So he needs to pick it up a little bit. Yes, he is a little bit of a free throw merchant in his own right. Most good players are these days, as Patrick pointed out. But he needs to play better. That's the bottom line for them. He needs to play better. Karl Anthony Towns played a really good game. Outside of his 6 turnovers, he had 24 and 15, shot 8 of 17 from the floor. So good game from him. But you got to have all these guys coming together. And Jalen Brunson's really the one for me where, you got to be more efficient scoring the basketball if your team's going to have a chance.
Yeah, I think there was a lot going into it because this was the game they started Mitchell Robinson instead of Josh Hart too. They went with the 2 big guys with Karl Anthony Towns and Mitchell Robinson that helped him out defensively a lot, helped him out in rebounding, not giving second chance points to Indianapolis as much as they'd been giving it up to him. So I get you put that in, but it did seem like it kind of threw the rest of the feel of it off because now your spacing's a little bit different. You're just not as used to having that unit in of, we know Jalen Brunson loves his Villanova buddies. And you took one of them off the court from him. Maybe he wasn't playing as well in that sense. It'll be interesting to see. I'm assuming they're going to leave Mitchell Robinson in tonight as the starting center because they won. But that gives Indy now another chance to go and try and figure out the way to attack the basket with Mitchell Robinson in, attack getting rebounds. And again, just got to shoot those threes. That's what they got into. If they go cold, New York's got a shot in this series. But Indy's been shooting threes all season long.
Yeah, and I think that this is where Indiana could also have a major advantage is the fact that they have Rick Carlisle. There aren't many better tacticians or guys who can make adjustments in the NBA than Rick Carlisle. So, if they start if New York starts Mitchell Robinson again, then I bet you, I'd bet my bottom dollar that Rick Carlisle has an answer for it this time around.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. It is. I think that this will be a one. I'm going with the Pacers in the game tonight. I'm looking forward to the game tonight. The Eastern Conference Finals. That's what's funny. Is the Western Conference has been so much better for so long now that you just always assume that that finals is going to be better. But OKC is just not fun to watch play basketball. They're really good. They're really, really good. And I think if they play the right opponent, it could be a lot of fun to watch. But this series has not been it because Minnesota is not showing anything. They just don't look like they want to be there for whatever reason. They don't look like they're having, it's not fun to play. And Oklahoma City doesn't ever really play fun basketball. They play smart basketball. And so it can be okay, but when they're up 25 is when they normally do it. Other than that, they play really smart basketball. And so it's okay to watch, but it's not fun to watch. It's not watching basketball. It's not like watching the Dream Team. When you watch these series, when it goes back and forth, the last couple minutes in these New York, Indiana series have been nuts. And we haven't gotten that in the Western Conference this year.
Well, I think that probably says something about Minnesota too, and maybe specifically Anthony Edwards and maybe Rudy Gobert or Julius Randle or whatever. More so Anthony Edwards. This team seems like they're front runners. And the second, like when they're on top, they're talking all the trash. They're playing exciting basketball. They're playing really good basketball. But the second they face adversity, they just kind of regress, and they don't play the same. They act like they're defeated. They don't play like they want to win. They did it last year against Dallas.
Yep.
And now they're doing it against Oklahoma City, and I think that's a real problem that franchise has to take a big look at going forward, because you're never going to win a championship if the second you face adversity, you kind of regress into this shell. And that's kind of what they're doing.
By the way, Indy is 2.5-point favorites tonight in this game. So Vegas going with Indy in this one. Let's get into a little NFL talk for a minute here, Matt, here on Open Gym. Myself, Patrick Davis, alongside Matt Galatzan from Texas Longhorns on SI. I wanted to get into an article I saw over on Fox Sports about the NFL, the players with the most to prove in 2025, and get you, see if you have some people that are the players in the NFL that have the most to prove in 2025. I think there's some good ones. A lot of these are going to be quarterbacks, but there's some other in other positions as well. As we'll go through this list pretty quickly and then pull it out there. Number 10 is Brock Purdy. He got paid. He's got to prove it. We know that. Number 9 is CJ Stroud, coming off of a year, coming off of a sophomore year that wasn't terrible. He still won the division, still had a decent year, but the sophomore slump of what the trajectory everybody expected to see from him wasn't quite there. You want to see that one. We go to the Chargers at 8 with Justin Herbert. And again, this is somebody year 2 in the Harbaugh system you're expecting to go, but that's just 3 quarterbacks to start the list. And all 3 quarterbacks there, man, seem like they are, yes, they needed something to prove, but they maybe are kind of on the back of the list. We expect them to have to prove something, but it doesn't feel like their career will be decided by what this next year is. Maybe Brock Purdy because he paid, but it feels like all these guys have a little bit longer leash than that.
Well, yeah, especially Justin Herbert, in my opinion. I mean, he just got all these new weapons. His team was not set up for him to win last year, and now he has all these new weapons. I think that he's going to have some time. I mean, this is the second year of the Harbaugh system, so he's still got some time to kind of play that out. Honestly, the one with the most to prove out of these 3 to me is CJ Stroud.
Yeah.
And that's not a knock against CJ Stroud. It's just, you're the best. Your contract's coming up. You're the best player on this list. You have the best team on this list. You need to do something in the playoffs for me and prove that you are as elite as everybody thinks you are, including myself. I think that CJ Stroud, when everything's going right, 5 years from now, we're going to be talking about as a top 3 quarterback. But he just needs to go out on the field and prove it. And the best quarterbacks in the NFL overcome injuries at different positions. I mean, look at what, Tom Brady and Aaron Rodgers did with very mediocre receiver cores. So, I mean, he needs to go out there and do that. He's got weapons around him. He's got a really good defense. He needs to help his team make the next step.
And the reality is a lot of that goes into the offensive line of what they're able to put together. But for him, this is where the greats kind of take over a little bit and help their offensive line and work with their offensive line to get them to that next level. I think that's kind of where the CJ Stroud going in with his second offensive coordinator now and Nick Caley, that you have to really think about this and, audibles and coverages and protections and everything that you're doing. You have to be the one to make sure everything is right. So last year you really got a crash course in maybe not understanding that. This offseason, that's a lot of what you have to work on is how you're viewing the game. And what's nice is now you can have the virtual reality a little bit more to put on a headset and kind of look around and say, okay, this is what the look you'd be getting is. How are you setting your protections here? How are you helping out your offensive line? If he can help out that offensive line a little bit, feel that out a little bit more. And I get the offensive line has to help him out too. You have to have some players there to do some things. But if he can get them a little bit more cohesive together, then that elevates every other part of his game, because that extra 1.5 seconds, that's the difference of how many yards this season? If he gets that little bit more time in the pocket to get the ball downfield, that's 1,000 yards this season of passing.
Yeah, no, I agree. The offensive line is going to be huge for him. And it's going to be incumbent upon him to help them gel together because they have so many new faces. So if he can get that extra time, I'm really high on what the Texans and CJ Stroud can be. It's just a matter of it all coming together. And he's the quarterback, so he's the spearhead of it.
Number 7 on this list is George Pickens with the Cowboys. This again, contract year for him. He's got to figure it out. We know what he is. We know that he's really talented. We know there's a ton of potential, but this is kind of a prove it year in a couple of different senses. It's not just a prove it on the field. What can you do to help this Cowboys team? But it's prove it off the field too. Are you going to fall into the trend of all the other Steelers wide receivers that went crazy as soon as they were traded? Or is that just you just happen to be on the same team? It's not the same thing. You were just unhappy with the coaching style that was there, which is understandable because they've had some really bad offensive coaching there. I think last year was better than it's been. But you played under Matt Canada, and that dude sucked. So, maybe there's some reality of why you were already jaded in Pittsburgh. You got the new start. What you're going to be able to do, you do have something to prove, because are you going to fall into that position of, are you a Christian Kirk or are you T. Higgins? Like, what side of a wide receiver 2 are you? Are you somebody that's competing to be a wide receiver 1 in somebody's system? Or are you somebody that maybe, you really on a really good team, you may not even be the wide receiver 2. I think he has to prove that. Now he can for sure, and everything's lining up for him to be able to do it, but that's a big piece for him.
Yeah, I mean, he obviously has a lot to prove, not just on the field either. He has to prove that he can be, a good teammate and a good locker room guy, and somebody who's not going to fly off the handle and yank Jordan Lewis's face mask at the end of the game because you just lost it a little bit. This is George Pickens. I don't want to say it's his last opportunity, but it's probably his last best opportunity to earn himself a big time deal. So everything is on the line for him. He needs to fall in line and do everything he's asked to do. He needs to produce on the field. I think that there's another player on the Cowboys who has more to prove than he does. But as far as George Pickens goes, absolutely deserves to be on the list. This is it for him, man. I think there's not many opportunities to earn a big contract in the NFL. You really need to strike when the iron's hot, and this is the last year of his deal, and he needs to make it happen.
All right, so now at number 6, we get to our last non-quarterback. There's other ones we'll get into. We'll just go off this list, and then we'll talk about some of our own people that have the most to prove. But number 6 is Milton Williams. He signed that gigantic contract with the New England Patriots. 4 years, $104 million, $51 million fully guaranteed. He's never really been the guy. They are preparing for him to be the guy and really set the tone on this defensive line for the Patriots. It makes sense. He does have something to prove because this is the new Mike Vrabel system, the new Mike Vrabel Patriots. Everyone is now pretending that this is, or at least also pretending, they're hoping in New England that this is the end of the slide where it just went downhill with Belichick and it never got picked back up. Vrabel's supposed to start turning it around. And when you pay a guy $100 million, he's supposed to be part of that.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you're really the what's the word for it? Spearhead of this new identity for New England on defense. You got a new contract, and you're supposed to be this big time player that to my knowledge, he's never really been the all pro defensive tackle that they're paying him to be. So I mean, obviously there's a lot riding on his shoulders because this is for all intents and purposes, this is a brand new franchise.
Yeah.
They're starting over from scratch. They got a new head coach. They got a really young quarterback. You need to be able to hang your hat on something. And they're hanging their hat right now partly on that defense because of Mike Vrabel and because of Milton Williams. So if you're going to be worth $104 million, $51 million guaranteed, then you really got to go out and prove it and make a name for yourself early. You can't just be who is the guy for Albert? I think Albert Hainsworth was
the guy who was on the Titans and then went to the
he went to the
Commanders.
Commanders, got this massive deal, and then just was nothing. You can't turn into that. You can't turn into that.
Definitely don't want to turn into that one. Then we get at number 5, the Seahawks with Sam Darnold. Sam Darnold, of course, this is where I think we start getting to the quarterbacks who maybe their leash is a little bit shorter. You assume Sam Darnold would get 2 seasons, but who knows in today's NFL? He got the big contract. We know he was playing well with Minnesota last year. There's always people that believe he has hope, but if he falls apart, I don't know how long that leash is before Milrose steps in there in Seattle and they start going with the young guy, say, screw it, Mike, we can't tag on to you if you're not going to be the guy. So Sam Darnold, it does fall into this category of quarterbacks who really got to get it going within the first probably 8 games. You have to be able to have a positive outlook, or else the conversation is going to start benching you.
Yeah, quarterbacks don't get a second year. It, like, the vast majority of the time, if there's any sort of question around you and you don't perform at the absolute top of your game, you're not going to get a second year. So this is an absolute make it or break it season for Sam Darnold. He's been far too inconsistent throughout his career so far to have earned any sort of a leash. One good season does not make a quarterback. I do not have any faith in Sam Darnold just because I've watched the other years of his career outside of the one good year in Minnesota. So, I'm sure Seattle's looking at this and be like, he's a stopgap for us. We signed him to a big deal because we think we can compete and we think he can be good, but we're not going to mortgage our franchise for this guy.
No.
If he's not it, we'll put in Milroe or we'll go draft another one next year. So he's definitely going to be on the hot seat for sure.
Number 4, Caleb Williams over there with the Bears. This is, again, new coach, new system, but we've put a lot of money now into trying to get you an offensive line and try and get you, weapons and all these pieces around you. And we know you're still young, but it doesn't help that the report came out that you didn't want to be here in Chicago. That's not going to help with the fan base necessarily, even though that kind of story is skewed a little bit differently in the fact that when he went to Chicago, he said, I do want to be part of it. So they kind of left that side out of the headline, but that's part of it too, that he said, I think I can be the guy to turn this program around. He didn't have a great first season. When you see guys like CJ Stroud and Caleb Williams now light it up in their first Jaden Daniels, light it up there that first year. You kind of expect it more and more. That's not the norm. A lot of guys take a couple years to get going, but Caleb Williams, there isn't that super long leash. And for the Bears, if they don't get this, they may be trying to find a way to maybe move him, get out of it, say maybe there's still value tied to him and we can go a different direction. Because this Bears team, I think, as they're going to try and build this new stadium, probably wants to know they have their franchise guy ready to go when they do that, or at least have hope to be a playoff team and everything as they build that new stadium.
Yeah, if Caleb Williams can't put it together this year, I'm not sure he's going to be able to. They've majorly improved that offensive line. They've majorly improved the weapons around him to help him be successful. He has everything that he could possibly have within the realm of one single offseason to turn it around and be a legitimate NFL starter and be a he doesn't have to be a top 5 quarterback next year. He needs to be a top 15, top 10 quarterback though.
Yeah.
Because if you can't, be consistent and produce with what they have put around you, then I'm not sure that you're an NFL player. Or maybe not an NFL player, but I'm not sure that you're an NFL starter. Yeah. He's an NFL player, but
you're definitely not the face of a franchise.
Yeah, especially one that has had so many struggles at quarterback over the last, couple decades. I mean, they are desperate to get a Patrick Mahomes, Josh Allen, and they think that can be him. And if he doesn't prove it soon, then they're going to start second guessing. And they're probably going to overthink it, and they're probably going to move on too soon.
Yeah. Number 3, we get Justin Fields. Speaking of Bears quarterbacks, former Bear quarterback Justin Fields, which they moved on from pretty quickly. He looked okay in Pittsburgh, but not great. Then we roll in to this Jets contract, 2 years, $40 million. They're already speaking highly of him. They're showing the clips in practice. But this is, I don't know, how many games do you give Justin Fields if it doesn't work? 6? Maybe 8 before they're ready to start moving on in New York, because again, they're having to pay now Breece Hall and Garrett Wilson and all these guys, Sauce Gardner. They want to get it figured out sooner rather than later.
Yeah, and this is just another example of a franchise who's going to have an itchy trigger finger with their quarterback.
Yeah.
They thought Aaron Rodgers was going to be the solution. Obviously, that wasn't the case. And they need a star at that position. It's been the thing that's been holding them back the most over the last, even when they had Mark Sanchez and he was getting them to the AFC Championship game, they haven't really had that elite level guy in so long. And I didn't think that Justin Fields got a fair shake in Pittsburgh. I thought they moved on way too quickly to Russell Wilson. I thought he was playing well in the time that he had as the starter, at least well enough. But at the end of the day, you're quarterback of the New York Jets. They just paid you $40 million. You got to put something on the field that proves that you're worth that $40 million. And throughout his career, he hasn't really done that, which is so surprising to me, because I remember watching him at the Elite 11 finals being like, this might be one of the best quarterbacks I've ever seen. And then watching him in the college football playoff with Ohio State, it's like, this guy is incredible. He's a surefire NFL All-Pro. And then he just hasn't put it together in the NFL. And I don't know what the reasoning for that is, but he's on a very, very, very short leash, because he's in 3 years or 4 years, whatever it is, he's never been able to put it all together. He has to do it now.
Number 2, your favorite quarterback in this NFL, JJ McCarthy. JJ McCarthy. This is you miss your rookie season, so you're already kind of a year behind. But then you roll into, they let Sam Darnold go. They didn't pay him. They didn't go after Aaron Rodgers. This is your team. Tell us that we didn't make a big mistake by doing that. Tell us we didn't take a big mistake by taking you so early in this draft. Tell us we didn't make a mistake, because we're all a little bit on edge after that injury last year in Minnesota. JJ's got a lot there to do.
Yeah, I don't want to be the guy that's just like known as the JJ McCarthy hater.
You are, though.
I guess I kind of am, but I don't understand why he's the starter of an NFL football team right now. He never did anything in college outside of win a national championship, which he was not largely responsible for anyway, to prove that he was deserving of a top 10 pick. When he was in college, he averaged 199 yards per game and threw 332 passes at the national championship year. I don't know, man. It's just, I don't understand the hype for this guy. I really don't. I get that he throws a really nice ball, but he's never in his entire football career been the player that can go out and win you a football game. For Michigan, it was always the defense and the running game, and that's why they won. He never maybe he did, and I don't remember it because I didn't watch every single Michigan game, but I don't remember very many games where he willed them to a win with his arm. So
no, I don't think, I don't think Sam Darnold did that from Minnesota last year either. I don't think they need him to even be that. They're like, we need you to be competent and not throw interceptions. When you throw touchdowns, not interceptions. So that's all they need. But the big problem is with a guy like that, you go, we need you to not collapse under the pressure, not check down every time, not lead us to a lot of punts. We need you to be able to let that same thing that won you a national championship. That's all we need. We need you to be Brock Purdy. I don't need you to be great. I just need you to be good. But I don't know if even that's going to be possible at the NFL level, especially once you're a year behind.
Yeah, there's just so much more that goes into the NFL game than there is in college. So I don't okay. I understand that he is coming into his first year and he's going to have a lot of expectations because he's a top 10 pick. I don't know why he's on this list at all. That's my biggest problem. I don't know why he's on this list at all, because he's never played a football game. Why does he have anything to prove?
Well, because Minnesota's going to move on from him in 20 minutes if he doesn't.
But ostensibly he's in his rookie season because he didn't play a single snap last year.
Yeah. But
So
they paid him last year.
but like, yeah, right. But like, how
His
are you
contract's
putting
coming
him
up in a couple of years. Yeah, like
but,
there's
but how are you putting him ahead of guys like Justin Fields who are on their final make or break year?
I say because you're talking about he's got now 2 years before his contract extension is eligible, right? So basically, this year is, are we going to move forward with you being our starting quarterback, or are you already done as a first round pick and 1 year because you missed a year because of injury? And I think that rookie year he could have played some downs and had it, but now there is a ton of pressure because he didn't play last year, but all those contract parts are still moving forward.
Yeah, I mean, that's a solid point. I just maybe it's just because I don't have any faith that he's going to be able to do it. I don't know.
That's why.
Which
I don't think I have any faith in this number one either, which is Anthony Richardson,
no.
number 4 pick in the draft. They've already said they want a competition. They brought in Daniel Jones, so who knows what's going to end up happening between these two guys. But Anthony Richardson, yes, this is, you have to prove that you want to be there. I still, like, I don't want to harp on it forever, but him tapping out on a third down is still one of the craziest things I've ever seen in NFL football, is a quarterback tap out. I get he was tired, but like, to have no awareness of the situation that you were in just is crazy for how much an NFL quarterback has to know at all times and has to be aware of all these pieces around to put somebody into a game, and for them to not realize the position that they're in. That's what surprised me the most, because you do know these guys have to have so much on their mind all the time to be able to do it. And you just went, oh, he doesn't have that right now. And that's not a physical, that's a mental thing. Is he going to be able to figure that part out? Because, physically, we know he's got a great amount of tools to be able to do it. But if you don't remember what down and distance you're at, that's kind of a basic number one thing before you're going to be able to know the audibles, before you're going to be able to read coverages, before you're able to know what protections you need to set. All of that is going to be way, way behind. Oh, it's 3rd and 5. I should go in this down and play. Or we should call timeout. Or there should be something other than me tapping my helmet to pull me out of the game. That's why I was like, that's such a crazy part of that.
Yeah, the difference between I think JJ McCarthy would know all of those things, first of all. So props to JJ McCarthy for that. But I think that with Anthony Richardson, the difference is we've seen it for 3 years already.
Yeah.
We've seen him not progress for 3 years. So that's why he's probably deserving as number one on this list. Because like you've basically been the starting quarterback for us for 3 years. And you haven't made one iota of progression in that time span. And you were a top 10 draft pick, a top 10 draft pick that many people thought we reached majorly on. So you go into, the back half of your deal. If you don't show any sign that you're starting to get it, then you're toast in the NFL. You're absolutely toast. Yeah. And if you wanted to foster some competition for this guy, bringing in the NFL's worst starting quarterback probably wasn't the best way to go, because now you have the NFL's 2 worst starting quarterbacks on your roster to compete. And maybe didn't they draft Riley Leonard?
Yes, so they have Riley Leonard, and
I wouldn't be surprised if Riley Leonard's the starter for this team by the end of the season. That's how bad that room is.
All right. Is there anybody else that is not on this list that you would put on there?
I've got 2 guys.
All right.
Number 1 is Dan Moore, the tackle from the Titans.
I don't think he's got to prove anything. I think he got paid, and that's the end of that story.
Yeah, I mean, he'll probably walk into the sunset after this deal's over and be fine with it. But I mean, he got paid a massive deal, and he was, according to PFF, who somehow watches every single down of every single game that has ever been played in the NFL and is able to grade it as such. He was arguably the worst tackle in football, but he signs this major deal. So he needs to go out and prove that the Titans, were right in paying him that money and that he can be a stalwart left tackle. And the other one I have is Dak Prescott. This is kind of a biased pick for me, but just because I'm a Cowboys guy. But I mean, you're going into the back half of your deal, and you've never gotten your team past the divisional round of the playoffs, and you're making $60 million this year, 70 something million dollars next year, you reset the market for quarterbacks, and you can't win a playoff game.
Yeah.
I mean,
no, and the more you look at that, it's funny because you look at that contract now, and it's funny because you just go, oh, the market stopped at you. It was supposed to keep growing, and we all looked at it, and at the time you went, well, it won't be the highest paid in like 2 or 3 years. He's still sitting right up there. So it now looks way worse than it did then, because you would just assume other contracts are going to come above it because that's how the NFL works. And it just really didn't and got shut down. So now you have to come in and earn it. You got to play a full season. You have to be able to elevate this team. They gave you George Pickens now too. You have a couple of running backs that are there. All the pieces are there to make it a little bit more possible for you. You have to close that gap and be someone, when you're getting paid what you are, that wins you games instead of being a game manager. I'm with you. He needs to do it. I'll throw one more name out there for you, Christian McCaffrey. Yeah. Christian McCaffrey, because this whole 49ers trying to keep everything afloat and everything, it's really all based around him, isn't it? Like that guy, when he's playing, your team's good, and when he's not, your team's not. And it's all really around him. So the fact that he's still saying he can go, if he comes out and has a bad season, I think everybody in San Francisco is going to be like, why didn't you just retire? We could have changed everything we did this offseason if we knew that you weren't going to be there, because he's the linchpin of this 49ers offense right now. All the play designs are around him. Everything's around him. That's why they weren't as good last year as they wanted to be. So I think that he has something to prove, just solely the fact of, this team is nothing without him, really. I mean, they'll be okay because they have a ton of talent, but they're just built around him. And if you want that team to be built around you, you want to be that guy. You spent the years in Carolina. You were really good, but you never won anything. You go to San Francisco and you get really close. Like, you have to be able to take that next step and win something big in San Francisco to prove your legacy that you are an elite all-time running back. Because right now you're just really good on teams that don't win. And 49ers got to the Super Bowl, but you didn't get it done. Like, if you get it done, that change your legacy entirely.
Yeah, be Saquon Barkley. That's what you need. Yeah. That's what we need you to be. I actually have one more quick one that I'll throw in there before we go to our break. And this is more to do with his legacy than him being in danger of losing his job or anything like that. But Josh Allen needs to beat Patrick Mahomes in the playoffs. Just for his legacy. I don't care if it's in the AFC Championship.
It's not the most to prove. It's like just one thing, man. You got to beat him. You got to beat him. You got to move on. I mean, look, we can say Lamar Jackson's the same thing. Mm-hmm. Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson. Both of you guys are former MVPs who can't get to a Super Bowl. One of you has to get to the Super Bowl. So whichever one of you does it, but one of you has to get to the Super Bowl, because a lot of MVPs been handed out over there, and Patrick Mahomes is taking home the actual hardware. And that's not good for either one of you guys. I think we're both on the page that this Chiefs dynasty is going to fall at some point, but right now it looks like they're pretty loaded going into it, with that wide receiver core being as good as it's been in a few years. So I don't know how much we're putting in that. I don't think we have time for our last break, so we'll just get to our media day. By the way, Mike there, shout out on the chat line, says Tua. I don't know. Tua's good. He just got to stay healthy. All he's got to do is prove he can stay on the field. We know what he is as a quarterback. He's a good quarterback. Like, he's already got his contract. He's there. If he can stay on the field, then Tua's fine. He's got to stay on the field.
Yeah, I agree with that. If he stays healthy, he'll be fine, but that's just a big question mark. It's he doesn't have anything to prove other than not getting hit in the head.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to get benched for any other reason than injury, because Zach Wilson's behind him, and no, they don't want to play Zach Wilson. And we know Quinn Ewers, we think that he could be down the line, but I think that's much more of a project that they want to get him really integrated and feel good about the system before they put him in. And so that falls more into, if Tua goes out, Zach Wilson's going to go in, and we're going to see what we can do in a couple games and see if we can get a system built for Quinn that'll give us the best chance to win with him. But the Tua system, they'll put in Zach Wilson. I don't think they really want to do that. They want to play Tua as much as they can. He's been good enough when he plays. He just gets hurt. He just gets hurt too much. Yeah. Let's get to our meathead of the day. Just a fun, quick one here that I saw going through the internet of just some fans enjoying a baseball game. And these fans are going to be our meathead of the day.
Stop it, don't. I get the right slant.
Sorry.
Oh. Was that a convention? There's a lot of stuff going on here other than a quality baseball game. So it's a little warm for, yeah. Jared Youngley.
Furries freak me out, man.
Ah.
Furries freak me out. I mean, how miserable do you have to be? Almost.
I mean, you're miserable if you're out in the sun and that seems crazy to me.
Yeah, I don't care if it's 75 degrees. If you're in the sun, you are baking in that.
Oh man, I love. He goes. I love the announcer is just like stops himself from getting fired. There's a whole lot into that, and okay, we're just gonna keep talking baseball. Let's cut away. You got a producer staring me down with daggers right now, trying to get me to not say anything stupid. That is what that felt like. Just trying not to get fired because you're going to make some comments about. But I agree, it's hot. It feels like it's pretty hot, if nothing else.
Yeah, it's hot, and those guys are probably in the hospital for dehydration right now.
Oh, they're in something for something. All right, we're going to wrap up and we're going to go ahead and wrap up for today. We'll be back tomorrow. Remember, there's a little switch up happening tomorrow with Chip and Zay hanging out in the morning because they're going to be at SEC, or Chip will be at SEC media meetings. And then remember, we'll also have Bucky and BK right before us. So we hope we have a cool lineup of you guys hanging out with us tomorrow. But until then, be kind, be safe, keep your underwear clean. We'll see you right back here tomorrow for more from Open Gym.